And all right, how do I do transcriptions? View transcriptions in English. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
It's the best way to try Plexaderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your
Make co-host. I'm gonna make a couple of you guys co-hosts. So for some reason, I'm pretty deep in the woods and sometimes it hangs up on me. And if so, it doesn't mess it up. Oops, not rename. What am I doing? Make co-host. Okay, I just made Ed, Lawrence, and Jackson co-hosts, so you guys can let people in, or if it hangs up on me, you guys won't end the meeting.
Can you change mine to lead operator?
Yes.
Maybe it doesn't say anything.
Thank you.
A trade with.
Yeah, if you guys want to, you can change it to what you want by, I think, click your name, but if you want, you can let me know and I can do it
Pretty
too.
much saying that 30-31 Laker first round pick is higher.
That's really loud.
Oh, I was wondering, so Chad, everyone can hear your trade picks for, yeah, well, this is an NBA meeting, right, guys? Hold on, I'll mute myself. Okay, is.
When we were in Florida, she dropped it off my house. I'd like to have one. How do you smell?
Wonder what setting I changed. So it used to be that if your face wasn't showing on here, that you couldn't hear my background, and now that's not the way it is. I wonder if it's a setting that does that, mutes out the sound around. The WHEND, that's Bill, right, guys? Bill, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna change him too. Oh, and here's Vic. So Tammy's in here. Okay, Tammy, whenever you want to start the meeting, it's all you.
Robert Williams and
I take that back. I see I'm letting Tammy in right now. So Tammy and Vic are both in here. Okay. And the phone number one that's calling in on 503-572 something something. If you guys want to let me know who you are, I can change your name on here for you. Tammy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, great. Whenever you want to start, go ahead and take over.
Have we, is Julie here yet? No.
I'm I'm here. I'm in my car. I'm on my way back from the vet. We have quorum, and I'll be able to do the attendance when I'll be home in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have the transcripts recording, so she'll be able to pull up the notes, and I'm recording too, so it should be, I think we're good to go ahead and start.
Me, Mara is.
Okay, let's see, so I'm just gonna talk a little bit about, so Fun Day, we actually have, we actually are halfway full for
Tammy,
Queen of the Hill.
Tammy,
Yeah.
before you
What?
start all that,
Oh.
you have to have the agenda approved and the minutes approved and call the meeting to
yeah.
order at a specific time.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
That's okay.
you just skipped ahead.
Yeah, okay, so quorum is determined, call meeting to order, motion to accept the current agenda. If there's,
I'd like to make a change on the agenda.
what's that?
My agenda item, about, changing everything to gender neutral. I'd like to change that
Okay, to change to what?
to, just top 2 divisions being gender neutral for the next 2 9-ball events and next 8-ball.
Next 8-ball, like this coming 8-ball?
No,
Oh,
we
okay.
can't do anything for this 8-ball. Although we should with entries being so low. And 4 weeks still to sign up.
Okay, so you want to change it to make, not all, but you want just platinum and gold divisions to be non-gender specific,
No, just elite and platinum.
or? Okay,
Elite
gotcha,
already is,
gotcha,
just top 2 divisions.
just elite and platinum then?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'd like to change something on my agenda item too. This is Michael Deichman.
Okay,
It's been
What's that?
pointed out that the casino might not be comfortable with the hotels and vouchers amounts being completely public. So I'd like to change it so that it's presented to the board of directors after each tournament, as opposed to all the members after each tournament, just to maintain confidentiality with the casino.
I appreciate that. And I have shared, after the last event, that has been shared with the board already, or the board chair already.
Tammy, this is Arlen. I'd like to see if we could move my agenda item up since it's regarding voting. And there's other agenda items and new business that require action. So that way it could be implemented at this meeting if it does pass or does not, however it works.
Okay, do we need a motion to move it up?
I think there has to be a motion to accept all of the changes. Is that right, Sam? Don't you have to?
No,
Isn't there a
no,
vote?
you're changing the order of the agenda items for efficiency. I didn't.
Yes.
We're talking about new business number 4.
Correct.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. There's no author on it, so authors are extremely helpful.
I
Oh.
submitted it, Sam, with my name. I don't know why it
I
got
got
put
you.
up that way.
I'm just
Sorry, I missed the name on it, so.
no apologies. I'm just pointing out that it's convenient. You can move this stuff, but there's no motion that's needed for that for anything so far. Believe me, I would have been jumping up and down.
Okay, so where's the best place to put that at? You want it as unfinished business?
You're asking Arlen now,
Or at
right?
the top of new business? Yeah, Arlen.
Well, is there unfinished business? I don't see anything listed other than discussions. So I don't know why there's no action being taken on the unfinished business, but there is action items on new business, and I think it should be ahead of the new business at that point.
You're wrong. Number 2 unfinished says motion.
Oh, I guess there's a motion to clarify league territories, but
Oh, his
Um, that's not a vote, is it?
we're going through my room.
To clarify Lake territory, is that, well, that would be kind of a
It's,
new committee, is
don't see
that
it as a
Lawrence?
vote.
Lawrence?
It's a motion for.
Is that a Lawrence question? Because I think that's kind of his.
I don't know why
Wasn't
that's
it?
on there because it was deferred to a committee. The committee was created. I didn't know why that got put on the agenda.
So number 2 should be eliminated.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And
Any motions and discussion would require a vote.
yes. Yeah. And I don't see any other ones. So do you want to just put it up at number 1 for the new business? Arlen?
That'd be great. That'd be great, so we could get it over with.
Okay. That works for me. Anybody else have any issues with the current agenda? Elaine?
Yeah, I have a question. Who's on that committee that Lawrence just mentioned? League, whatever. League area committee?
League Policies Committee?
I don't know. You just the item that was
Yeah.
just taken off because there's a committee.
That committee was created because of that original agenda item back like in May of last year or something like that or before that. So I don't know why that got carried over and why that's there.
Oh, that's the league
Policies Committee, yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, partially all this is I had to go back and look at all the different ones that we hadn't gotten through up till now. So obviously I missed where that was taken care of.
Don't get in trouble.
So, okay, so is that it on any changes?
By one spoon, twice go.
Okay, so the changes that I'm doing is on under unfinished business is removing the motion to clarify league territory referred to new committee for recommendations. And under unfinished business is number 4 for the room and voucher transparency, author Michael Deichman. And it, instead of being the information being sent to all members, it is being sent only to the board officers. Then under new business, the discussion and action to move all Scotch doubles divisions, non-gender specific ed Slade, we are changing to only elite and platinum requesting to be non-gender specific. And
Is that
number
fair since
4,
it's out of membership?
and then number 4 under new business, amending voting on the bylaws, which is Arlen. And that is being moved to number 1. Did I miss anybody? Anything? On the changes? Johnny?
Yes, Since number 3 has to do with Scotch doubles division and number 5 has to do with women's team division, those should either be together or they should be right next to each other.
And they will actually right now, because under new business should be the number 4 being number 1, amending the voting in the
Okay.
bylaws.
Okay,
Number 2 should, and then 3 and 4.
gotcha.
Okay, did I get everything? So do we accept the updated version of the agenda?
I'll accept it.
Thanks, Elaine.
I will second.
Thanks, Tammy. So the motion to accept the amended agenda has been done. Motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 3rd, 2024 quarterly meeting and December 1st, 2024 special meeting.
Motion.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Second.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, so that's taken care of.
Okay,
Okay,
hold
so
on,
then,
hold on. Tammy, I'm sorry. Don't we have to take a vote on the agenda and the minutes? Normally you would ask for a vote after it was seconded. If we don't have to, that's fine, but that's what we normally do.
I think you just
Yeah.
say all in favor and everybody says yes, usually.
Yeah, I mean, all you really have to ask is if there's anybody opposed. It's just a formality, but I just want to make sure it's done correctly.
okay, does anybody oppose to the updated agenda?
No.
No, thank you. And then I don't need to do anything on the minutes. That's been approved.
I have
No,
a question. I have a question.
Same thing.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Sorry, Julie, I have a question. One of them from November said draft.
Yeah, that was just, I had to go through and do a couple different ones. So that was just so I knew which one was the correct
Okay, that's
draft.
cool. Okay,
Yeah.
I figured it was the final, but I just wanted to check. Thanks.
And I should let everybody know that the one from December, I had not, I had regular meeting on it and that was pointed out to me. So that has been changed where it says special meetings.
Thank you. Okay, so can we go ahead and get started to officer reports?
You are good to go.
Okay, thank you. So officer reports, I just want to briefly say Fun Day is going okay. We're halfway full of Queen of the Hill. Saratoga's half full. Scotch is only a quarter of the way full. Whereas seniors, we only have 5 spots left and singles is 6 spots left. And that's after.
Thank you for muting yourself. Sorry, I muted you on accident, Tammy. Unmute yourself. I'm sorry. I was trying to catch the background noise and missed and accidentally got Tammy.
Oh, no worries. So it's going okay. Jonathan is working on getting me the rest of this was as of Friday night. So he's working on getting me a access as they come through. So I've already corrected, some had duplicates, some had signed up for 2 different events. And I've already, with those numbers that I gave you, is the current, as of current. So, let's see what else. We had, so I just want to give a welcome to Ryan Huntoon, as he is the league operator now under Emerald Valley. And I want to give a welcome to Jess Magnus, as he is now the league operator under Northwest Billiards and Boundary and Bonner Counties, Idaho. And then Rob Cameron as the Columbia Cascade BCA Pool League. And welcome, everyone. And then also, as far as leagues go, I was going through the sanctioned leagues or the sanctioning forms, and it looks like only about half have sent in the sanctioning forms. So don't forget to fill those out and get those sent in or submitted. So let's see, what else is there? Other than that, I think everything seems to be going well. Just trying to get everything situated. Exemptions are being sent to myself and then onto the board and the board's approval, and then letting the league operator or the requester know. What else? Other than that, I believe that is nothing majorly exciting except for just getting ready for the event coming up in March. So I hope everybody's excited about it, and I will now pass it on to Suzanne, the vice president.
We might need to pass her and come back to her in a minute. She was having a hard time getting logged on. Her computer decided to update right as she was getting logged in. So can we move to the
Sure,
next?
that's fine.
one?
That's fine.
Unless she jumps forward. Have you seen her get in here? Because I've been sending her messages trying for her to get logged in with a phone, but I don't think she's here yet.
I have not. And I know Julie's still driving, correct? Probably. So we could actually move on to treasurer if Sue's ready for that part.
Elaine
Okay.
has a question.
Oh, go ahead,
Elaine has a
Elaine.
question. Sorry, I'm full of them today. I think you said the Scotch doubles was hardly full. Is that correct?
Yeah,
fun day.
the fun day scotch.
Yeah. Do we have a sense that anyone's gonna play that? I mean, how many is that like 8 teams or?
Let's see. Queen Scotch was at 8 teams.
Out of 32, is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, yes. So it's a
Yeah.
quarter full.
Okay, I don't know, just a thought. I mean, it is non-gender, correct? So
Correct. And fair matched.
Oh, and fair match.
Yes.
So I don't know how you guys feel about it, but there seems to be a demand for banks. If maybe by a certain time, if you can't get if you get 16, cool. But if it's this few, maybe it seemed like a lot of people wanted to do the banks again. Just throwing that out there. That's it.
I think that's a really good idea. I don't know if the person that runs it is available to run it or anything like that. What do you say, Tammy?
Well, I think he's actually signed up for something, I think. But let's see what I need to kind of like push it more on Facebook and stuff like that too. So let's see what in a couple days brings and see if that's what we need to do. We need to change something.
Yeah, maybe by the date of when late fees start or something. Oh, you're not. Yeah, they're not paying fees. Yeah, never mind. But
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Bill?
Are we going to let the players know for Fun Day when their division is filled and if they are in that filled division?
Yeah, I'm working on because he sent me the spreadsheets 2 days ago. So I was working on kind of getting those all ready And I was gonna do like a screenshot of each one and the names that are on those lists.
So you'll do that as each division is filled?
Well, I was gonna do it while it's not filled, but just knowing who is on it. And yes, as it's full, I'll put on that flyer and repost it with full across it on those events. And let them know.
Okay.
So is that gonna be full with who is in the tournament and who's on the waiting list, or just full?
Full with who's on the who's in the who's signed up for it, yes, but we can also do a waiting list for possibly cancellations, which always happens. So it doesn't mean that you're not gonna get in at all, but you know, we can do that. I already figured we'd have a waiting list on some of them.
Are we still in, are we still in the president report?
Hey, yeah, kinda, yeah. The fun day.
Can we maybe establish a forum or let us know if we have fun day questions? How do you want us to blast questions to you? Because I think we need to move on. Sorry.
Well, and shouldn't this all be part of the Fun Day Committee report? I'm confused.
Okay, so a fun day committee was down to Brittany and Nikki. And I discussed about, because we were kind of coming down to the wire. It was easier, and we discussed it in the leadership meeting as far as what events we would play for fun day. And then we just did that. So, because rather than try to get a bunch of people back on the fun day committee at last minute. Anyway, so Suzanne, are you ready? For the VP?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Well, sorry about that, guys. My computer went into an update and wouldn't let me out. I had to shut everything down, including my internet, to reboot. So my apologies. Recently, quite a few changes I say changes, but I was tasked to step into the president's position to make a decision regarding an application to split her league. She recused herself. And I was proud to be able to step in and do that. There has been quite a bit conversation as to appropriate procedures regarding that. Tammy did her homework. So I just wanted to bring up that that I followed through with what the policies and procedures said my job was to take a look at and see if there was any conflicts of interest, et cetera. It came back in a group meeting that questioning whether or not I should have stepped in and done it, or whether it should have gone for more discussion, et cetera, with the board. After looking at all of the details that Tammy put together, I made the decision based on its own merit, not based on the chaos and the conversation and the speculation that was maybe on Facebook or maybe on text messaging or maybe through other social media and et cetera. I made that decision with no hesitation whatsoever because it was in the best interest of Western BCA for it to be finalized before the end of the year so that those members that were on that they call it a new league, but it's splitting off from an old league, because those members would have been in limbo. It didn't make sense to hold it up. So CSI had already done their homework Everything had been approved. And in fact, in a board meeting, leadership meeting, everyone praised Tammy for her, foresight, for doing the right thing, etc. But then quite a few members decided to go public and fuel questions and fire and speculation that said, were we doing it right? My comment at the board meeting was, we did it by the policies and procedures that are listed on the website. We did it, I did it because she recused herself, did all the homework, etc. And everyone was very positive until it got into social media. And I believe people started to speculate and did not have all the facts. These Zoom meetings are an example of how we get tied up in so much conversation that nothing gets done. You folks actually voted on these members. You voted on the leadership group, and you expect things to be completed. When I accepted the nomination for vice president, I did it with no agenda whatsoever, no personal agenda, putting the association first. I will continue to put the association first, which is the association and the league operators, because the league operators are what make up this association. The players are a member of their league. I am not discounting the players whatsoever. I am saying that league operators, if this was a players association, league operators would not have to require every single one of their members to pay a $15 fee. If it was a players association, it is not. It is an association that is made up of league operators who also have the players under them. The league operators put their players and the places they play above all. And I think that all of you do a fabulous job. Do some of us make mistakes at times? Sure, we do. But we don't do this for the money. We don't do it for the praise. We don't do it for anything other than making sure that our players have opportunities. Okay? So that given, I asked to be removed from a text string of the leadership group. I felt that this text string, above all, was not transparent to the membership. There was a lot of scolding going on, a lot of condescending, inappropriate, unprofessional behavior. And when one of our members suggested that we keep this text string to Western BCA agendas, that individual was also scolded. I don't think that's right. So I asked to be removed from the leadership text string. You can agree or disagree with it, but I have no voting rights. I have no voting rights whatsoever. So I have no stake in the game. I brought up several situations where we have not followed the policies and procedures, and it was said, well, we did it and we don't want to look bad. I'm not going to say, but that was the general statement is, how are we going to address this moving forward? Because people are going to think that we did it wrong. My comment to that was, admit you did it wrong and move forward. Guys, I really want to be here as a voice of reason. I don't want to be here to scold anybody. I don't want to be here to be in a power struggle. It's been brought up that we should eliminate nominations from the floor. I kind of think that had to do with me being nominated from the floor. Maybe it didn't. I don't belong to a group out of one particular league. I represent a completely different area. But I've tried to set that aside for the good of the association. With that being said, I welcome anyone to contact me directly, but the group mentality is really kind of getting out of hand. There's a lot of complaining and not a lot of solutions being followed through with. And I think we voted on people to get things done. We didn't vote on them to create a firestorm that you can't put out with a garden hose. So that's it. I'm here for the players and the places they play. I'm here for the association. I am not here to make everybody feel warm and fuzzy. So thank you for electing me. And if you choose that I move forward, I'm going to continue to move forward doing the right things for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Julie's got her hand up.
Hi, so I have a few things there I would like to address. I don't know if I should wait until the board report or should I do it now or?
I think we follow the agenda. Thank you for the vice president report.
So I should wait until the board report?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Sure,
Well,
if that makes sense, Julie.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Next is the secretary report. So Julie, if you want to go ahead and do that, are you ready?
Oh, I had my hand up, I think.
Oh,
Oh,
Did I
sorry.
not get my hand up?
No, I don't
Okay.
see your hand, but yeah, go.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I just want to point out, I think Facebook gets a little bit of a bad name sometimes, and I'm a little confused by that. I think people are allowed to question the leadership, and Facebook's an appropriate place to do that. No one said anything inappropriate on Facebook. There was no name calling or talking about people's character, just questioning, and that's fine to do. My main question about the league stuff is for Suzanne. It was said in the president's statement that if she had to recuse herself because of extenuating circumstances, it was said in her statement that it would go to the board to make the decision. Can anyone explain why it was this time given to the vice president to make the decision? That directly contradicts Tammy's public statement that's on Facebook and the website. Just curious.
I was just following the rules as they're laid out on the website, as they are laid out in the policies and procedures, which says that if she recuses herself, the next person that it goes to is the VP. I realize that there have been several situations in the past where the president has referred everything over to the board because he either didn't feel, and I say he because it was our past president, he didn't feel that he felt that he would be questioned. He felt that that passing it over to the board would be more eyes on it. In this case, every T was crossed, every I was dotted. Everything had already been approved by CSI, and by recusing herself, the VP steps in, not the board.
Okay, but Suzanne, you understand that my question is Tammy's public statement that's on the website and Facebook says that if she has to recuse herself because of extenuating circumstances, she would have the board to step in. Do you understand? That's my question.
I understand that, but
that's not what happened. It was
that's not the
direct
policies.
contradiction of that. So I'm just curious about that.
That is not how it's worded, Mike. So
okay,
it is. In the past, presidents pass so what happens is in the past, the president passed some of them to be sanctioned for the new leagues to the board of directors. They have to approve or disapprove these leagues to be sanctioned with the Western BCA, which then is ratified by the membership. All new league sanctioning forms and resanctioning forms will come to the president as per the policies and procedures. However, if or when there are extenuating circumstances regarding the sanctioning request, the president may pass the request onto the board to help in the decision making. which would then be ratified by the membership. This was not, like Suzanne said, this was not a new league. These were venues that had been the venues under NPL for many, many years, for a long time. They were all existing. And it also says that the president may pass the request on if they don't feel comfortable making that decision. If you also think about it, there's also 4 people on the board that were NPL players. So
Mhm.
that could be a conflict of interest too. So more or less, me passing it on to Suzanne is more neutral. She's a league operator. She's neutral. Made better sense.
Okay, are we
Okay.
moving to the next?
Okay,
thing?
okay, I just, thank you.
Julie, you laughed at that. Can you please explain why you laughed?
I'll answer all that when I speak during the board report. I have a lot of things I want to say, and I'm not going to say one little bit now.
And Bill has his hand up.
I think part of the problem is that the policies and procedures for leagues should be changed a little bit. There's absolutely no reason to have to redo the when a league is splitting up. A current league that we have, if it splits up, I don't think it should be have to go through all the rigmarole that other leagues that are new to Western BCA. All of the players are still playing in the same in Western BCA. They're just in split league. And why do we have to go through all this when we're just adding another name to that's already players that are in the association? I have a couple of issues with the policies and procedures of the league policies, and I'll talk to Lawrence about them.
Thank you, Bill.
I don't believe anybody else has their hand up. Does anybody else have their hand up, or do we move on to the secretary?
You can move on to the secretary. I don't see anybody either.
Secretary.
Secretary doesn't have a report.
Okay, treasurer.
I sorry, I submitted a report that got emailed out to everybody yesterday. I don't really have much else to say other than the stamp application got sent into this month. But I can take questions if anyone has any.
Great. Hey, Sue, can you explain what the stamp application is? And thank you for getting that turned in.
The stamp application is some matching funds for state specific tournaments. CSI gives us, I believe it's $5 per player. Pardon?
Do you want me to help with that? Do you want me to help with that?
God,
The
yeah,
state,
jump right in.
The stamp is actually short for State Tournament Added Money Program, is the stamp program through CSI BCAPL. It is a benefit in which the BCA Pill League will add prize money and provide logistical support to local, state, and regional events that meet the criteria.
And how much
Sorry,
do they
Sue.
normally give?
Honestly, it doesn't say how much and I always thought it was $1 per player, per member was our kickback.
It was about $4,000 last year.
Which is, so it's usually, I think, about $1 per member.
It's for the players in your last year's
total,
tournament.
of the total members, I think. But
no, it's
For
based
the-
on the tournament numbers from
No, it is
2024.
not.
Tell us
That's
more,
what the
Bill. You've been in
application
this
says.
for a while. How did it used to be, Bill?
It's always been $1 per player that's signed up with BCAPL. Okay,
Oh,
and
Keisha
we
didn't
had
say that.
4,000 players. It has nothing to do with the number of people that play in the tournaments. The money is split, is given to our association, and it was probably divided in some way between the two tournaments. But it comes out to around $4,000 a year, or however many players we have for the year. I assume that
members, yeah.
what you're turning in now is based on the number of players we had last year.
Correct. But the application, and I think that's where it kind of gets confusing, the application asks for our events and how many people we estimated for the event. So in some ways you would think that that has to do with how many people played in the events, but it's not. It's based on how many members that we have through BCAPL.
Yeah, how many paid members we have. It doesn't have anything to do with how many, when I was sending it, it didn't have anything to do with the how many were at the tournament. It was how many paid members that pay to CSI to be a member.
Yeah, correct. But the application has information on the tournaments, but is asking information on the tournament, so.
And Sue, do you have a list of all current players?
I do not keep a current list of all players. That's supposed to be the database. I send the list that I receive from the league operators to Jonathan for input into the database. I do keep a copy of the little list, but I mean, I have probably 80 lists a year. I don't keep one big master.
And Tammy, do you have a copy of the main list of all of the players that are current right now for us to even send an accurate list to CSI? Or know what what we'd be expecting to have come into the association every year?
Well, first of all, they go off of what they have. It's not necessarily what ours is, but they normally would go off of what they have. I could pull a list. I can export a list off of, I believe, LMS for everybody in Western BCA. And I might be able to even pull one, but I could probably get Jonathan to pull one too.
So do we have a way of confirming that everybody that paid for CSI also paid us? We don't go through and check those two lists to make sure they're the same. We don't have a list.
I do not have a list. I don't have anything. I don't have any way to get into CSI's master database at all.
I mean, can we ask them for a list? But even if we ask them for a list, we don't have a list. Is that correct?
I can pull a list of all the members. Wait a minute, I take that back because it would not have all the members there's a lot of members that are on there that only played 1 week. So they wouldn't have been paid, but they show 1 week under Western BCA leagues. So that's.
But what I'm asking is, we have a list. Okay, you can get a list from Lucy or whoever at CSI that shows every person that played under one of our leagues. Do we have a list to cross-check against? We don't have a list of how many players we have. Is that correct?
Correct. A full amount of members is, yeah, correct.
That seems insane to me.
Well,
do
I
we
would
not
think there'd be a
get
league
list of
administrator or
players?
secretary to, where do you get to call point of order here? Relevance? I mean, this truly is a very important question, but it's almost like, can we move on? And it sounds like a discussion that can be handled in emails.
If it's a truly important discussion, why would we move on?
Hindsight.
I will look at seeing what I can to cross-reference on everything.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Sue?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Stephanie has a question.
Oh, Stephanie.
Hey, so my question is so the stamp members that you're talking about, is that different than the association members that pay their dues?
No,
Okay, well then wouldn't that be the secretary that holds that?
used to be a league administrator kept a list. I believe Darcy did, but I don't think it's been maintained.
Okay, well, according to the bylaws that are posted, that is the secretary. To
No,
maintain a current roster of members of the association.
voting members of the
Okay,
association.
well, that's why I was questioning
Yeah,
is,
yeah, that's
is
the
it
difference.
different?
I don't get anything from league operators on players, or I was under the impression that when a league operator sent in their money to sue, they also sent in a list of players that they were paying for, and that went somewhere, but apparently that's not how we do it.
Okay,
But yeah,
that was
I
my
just have,
confusion.
I just have the voting members.
Okay,
And
Thank you.
yeah, it's confusing how they call it the membership. That's the voting members.
Sam. Sam, you're up.
Hi, Sue. How you doing?
And I'm doing well, Sam. How are you?
Glad to hear it. I saw there was a $3,000 payment to Bad Boys. That's a ahead of time payment. Do you know what the back end payment is going to be?
Oh, the rest of it?
Yes.
So $3,000 is their travel prepayment. We give them part of that.
Sure.
I don't have, hang on, let me look.
Okay.
I am not sure what we paid them last minute. Let me see here. I'm looking 1 minute. Retirement. I think, Sam, we are going to owe them another 22,000 for table rentals and another 37.50 for tournament direction.
Is that the per player cost, or are you estimating, or?
No, that is the contracted cost per the contract that Jackson put together.
Okay. That synopsis of what you've been working on, the little the bullet points of what you've been doing and what you're currently working on, I really appreciated that. Thank you so much. You're doing a great
welcome.
job.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thanks.
Okay, and I don't see any other, anybody else's hands up. Yeah, Sue, thank you so much. These reports are really and really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the next is the chair, the board chair report.
We on that now? Is that what we're doing? The board has met 3 times since November. November 1st, we had a meeting, a leadership meeting via Zoom. We discussed donating the Littman light, and that has been raffled off. I'm sorry, not donated. It was donated to us. We discussed raffling it. That's been actually got sold instead of raffled, which is kind of cool. So thanks for that. Sponsorship money keeps coming in. That's awesome. We discussed at the same meeting possibility of having Bad Boys collect money and run Fun Day. Team registration confirmations were discussed, and we discussed why teams need to check in prior to getting the brackets up. Julie informed some of us that there was vendor issues, but she was going to work on those as potential space was part of that. We discussed updating the contract with On the Wire Creative Media. Bill discussed several issues on the Western BCA website. That was noted. In the December meeting, we met with Deepak Kamani and discussed the Western BCA website and how we could help make it better. The leadership team also discussed committees and how to ensure they're ratified legitimately. Overdue Western BCA players' fees were also discussed at that meeting. We had several players that hadn't been paid for yet just for Western BCA. But I think we're all caught up on that. The last thing we discussed was the Predator pool table that was on loan to Western BCA that has since been returned. In January, we discussed podium staff services. to ensure that those services were getting promoted to the players so they know what the podium staff provides. All leadership agreed that the podium staff did an excellent job all the time. So thanks, Elaine and your team. The media team was also discussed. It's been a hot topic centering around the website lately for updates. We also discussed at that meeting the Cascade BCA sanctioning at length. Tournament regulations input was received and is being implemented into a document. Also, as of today, the board of directors has received a total of 12 exemption requests for the March 2025 event. The board has majority approved all of them except for one, and that one player had only 2 weeks of play. But their league operator is also in agreement that they weren't qualified to play as well. Since it's our time to discuss some things, I'd also like to address some statements that were made. Everyone in leadership and the membership group had the copy of the new league policies prior to leagues getting brought in, or however we want to discuss it. I would like to welcome all three of those leagues. I'm glad you guys are here. You make us better, I'm sure. But then out of nowhere, it was reverted back to the old way we'd done business. For 3 years, the board had approved leagues to come in. That's all we knew for the most part. Some discussion prior to that would have been nice to be like, hey, I'm going to take this back. I'm going to start letting leagues in. The board's not going to do it anymore, but we've done it for 3 years. At the time statements were made on Facebook, the information that was provided was correct, but then the information changed. So at the time they weren't correct, which is why nobody said anything since about it. And I'll turn over the rest of my time because I know that Julie's got some stuff to say. She had her hand up, and any other board of directors want to talk. You're muted, Julie.
Sorry. The first thing, thank you, Lawrence. The first thing was about that whole, the way that league was handled and the change was handled. I don't remember a meeting where the board praised anybody on how it was handled ahead of time. The board wasn't informed that it was happening. And we were told later that we weren't informed to not cause a conflict of interest. Then it was on Facebook how this change was happening. And yes, like what Lawrence said, for the last 3 years, the way new leagues have been handled is they went to the board voted their recommendations, and then those recommendations were brought to the membership to ratify. That was completely skipped at this point. I also understand Mike's point about in Tammy's official statement, it said that if there was ever extenuating circumstances regarding a league, she would send it to the board for their input. I can't imagine what would be more extenuating circumstances than it being involving the president's league, but the board was not informed of any of that. I don't disagree with the change. I think it was a great thing. It was needed. It's wonderful. I'm division manager under Rob Cameron, the new league operator, and I'm just thrilled. But the way it was handled, I'm sorry, when Suzanne said that we were all saying we looked like we handled it wrong, the point to that was I believed it was handled wrong, and I did not appreciate that the board was being blamed for that when we had nothing to do with it and we had no say in it. I think our membership needs to decide. I agree with Suzanne that yes, we are all voted in to do things, and I think the membership needs to decide what our rules are, because I think there's not real clear lines of who makes what decisions. There was a lot of things said when I laughed about the conflict of interest with NPL players. I just thought it was a ridiculous statement. I mean, nobody was saying that we weren't going to allow the league to split or that it couldn't happen, but the how it happened was what was wrong. And Suzanne, you brought up the our leadership thread. We've had a thread trying to communicate with each other. It's very hard to get email answers. I don't know if you've ever tried to have 7 people on an email thread. It can get pretty crazy. We have members that choose not to respond to the email threads. We also have members that choose not to respond to the text threads. But it was the best way for all of us to communicate and get things through and in real time. I don't remember there any attacks or negativity or unprofessional behavior on the text thread at all, other than Jackson mentioned that he was going to be in Tammy's area for a trip. And there was about 6 messages back and forth from almost all of us, just being friendly and team building. 6 or 7 messages total. And then one person decided that was not the place for it. It needed to be kept professional. This is the person that hadn't responded to any of our texts in 4 months. But and yes, there was pushback on that because we were like, we spend a lot of time butting heads about issues, and here we were just having a friendly conversation, and I personally don't think that should have been a problem. But since it was brought up, I wanted to be clear that there wasn't any attacking going on that thread. There was it was all very professional and very friendly. And then the last thing I want to talk about is that I kept hearing that CSI was fine with the league change. We are not CSI. CSI does a lot of things that we don't do, or doesn't do things that we do. So yes, CSI approved that league change or that league split. CSI does not protect territories. That's a BCA thing. So CSI doesn't care where you open a league or you start a league. That's our thing. So if we're going to protect territories, that needs to be consistent through the board, through the whole thing. And I'm sorry, this is not very, I was not planning this speech, so I know I'm a little off the rails here. I think that's it. The big thing with the league split was that it was a change in procedure. It was a shock to everybody, and it was an absolute change with the way we had been doing it for 3.5 to 4 years. So I think that needed to be addressed before that change was made. And yes, I think that made a lot of people on Facebook and social media look at us like there was some sneaky thing going on, and that didn't have to happen. So that's it.
Thank you, Julie. Sam, and then Suzanne is next. Sam.
Policy and procedure changes for bringing leagues into the association. I didn't think that was actually voted in. Was that voted in?
No.
No. So we're only going by precedent, which has been the president handles it. If they have any questions, then it goes to the membership or the board. What's the problem?
The precedent, Sam, would be that the board would do it, right? For the last 3 years, the board's done it and they gave it to membership to ratify.
Well, the association has been around for 20 years, though. So you have to look at all of the precedents.
No, precedent.
Not just the last 3 years where we've had a slew of a couple of challenges and it went to the board. Okay.
There are some real simple ones too. It wasn't just,
there was
wasn't just
one.
right?
And the president should have just rubber stamped it. So there's no basis for this. You can't just go back and pick and choose what precedents you want. You have to go with the entire association and the history, because that's what is there.
So by definition, my question, Sam, is then by definition, precedent means what? The most recent thing done?
No, the entire history.
Thank you.
Or how we've done it for the longest period of time.
I don't have the exact definition to satisfy you, but I'm sure you know what a precedent means. It means established. You do it once, that's not a precedent. You start doing a track record, and that's how you handle things in an association. That would be a precedent because it's not in writing as how you're supposed to be doing it.
So 4 years would be a precedent.
No,
Julie, I hate to
years.
correct you, but you started out with 2.5 to 3 years, then 3.5 to 4, now 4 years. You've been
I think I said
changing
3.5 to 4 years.
But the bottom line is, for most of those years, we had COVID, And for several of those years, we had COVID and nothing was being done. So to say that the board has done this, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. And I agree with you. I agree with you when you say that you have set a precedent. And Lawrence, I agree with you where you say you have set a precedent. But just because you've set a precedent to do something wrong doesn't mean it shouldn't be corrected moving forward. Period. It was a simple thing to do. And honestly, the three of you would have had to recuse yourself. Three members of NPL would have had to recuse themselves from the board. And you as secretary also, Julie, had it gone for a vote.
Well, actually, had we handled it the right way and it had been discussed with the board as a leadership group, we could have brainstormed the best way to get it done and there wouldn't have been problems. But unfortunately, that
Can I ask who has the hand
Yeah,
up?
we got
Can
a
I
call to
ask
order. We
who
can't
has their
argue,
hand
guys.
up?
Hold on,
Who
hold
has
on, hold
their
on.
hand
Mute
up?
up.
I'm not
You
done
can
talking.
only speak if you have your.
All right, hold on. Let's go to Sam because Sam's got the floor right now and I'm gonna unmute Sam. Only one person can talk at once. Sorry, guys. All you, Sam. Hit unmute, sorry. Is it not? There you go. Sam, it's all you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just forgot the point I was going to make. I'll probably remember it again in just a few minutes, and I'll raise my hand back up again. I'm done for now. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Suzanne and then Mike D.
Again, I'm just reiterating, I followed the rules. Not the precedent, I followed the rules. There was no reason to hold this up. There was no reason to involve a board that actually had 3 members that were in question at the time were on that league. There was no reason other than you thought that you guys had you thought that you were supposed to be involved. That wasn't the rules. Just because we do something wrong doesn't mean it shouldn't be corrected moving forward. And bottom line is, folks, if you do something wrong, in my world, you admit it and you move on. Period. Thank you.
can you tell me where it states that the president approves new leagues?
Section 7 on the website and
how do I raise my hand to make a comment? Period.
Under reactions, Shirley. It says there's a little heart button that says react. If you push that, there's a thing that says raise hand.
Under section 7 on the website in the policies and procedures underneath the bylaws.
On the website, the bylaws?
Where it says submitting for a new league.
So not in the bylaws.
No, it's under policies and procedures under the new league. There's nothing in the bylaws.
We don't have anything in policies and procedures on the website.
It's under submitting for a new league. There's a tab.
Sanction a new league?
Sanctioning a new league. Yes.
Right. Okay.
I do have to say also that Tammy went above and beyond. She contacted past presidents. She contacted past league administrators. She talked to CSI. She made sure that she was doing the right thing. And honestly, she did the right thing by splitting up the largest league in this association that has 4 out of the 7 members of the board on it. 4 of the 7 members. Now, all 7 members are from Washington. Last I checked, our association was made up of league operators and their players from 5 different states.
So do you think there should be a rule against that? I mean, isn't it about who runs and who gets elected?
I don't think that there should be a rule, Julie. I think that rules can be manipulated. I think that common sense needs to come into play a lot of times. And I also believe I also believe that one or two people, and I'll just say it, I think it's a conflict of interest for there to be board members that hold a dual role of a officer and a board member instead of all board members being made up of the officers plus board members. I think it's a conflict of interest.
Suzanne, it's been voted by the members that that's the way.
To allow the secretary and the vice president to run for the board. Since there is no conflict of interest, as secretary, I don't make any decisions. I don't have any power over anything.
It's not about power. It's about
Where is the
representation.
conflict of interest?
Can I finish, please? It is
Absolutely.
about representation. It's not about power. It's about being able to represent the league as a whole, not just a specific group of individuals that are and I'm not trying to point any fingers here. I'm just saying that and Ed, I know you're laughing too, which you have something to say, but it's not about a power struggle. It's about representation. And I just need to point out that I followed the rules and I felt that I did the right thing because of a perceived conflict of interest, not only by our president, but a perceived conflict of interest by the members that would have been affected on the board.
Well, unfortunately, there was an even bigger perceived problem with it. But I still would like to know, as you just stated, that it's a conflict of interest for me to be the secretary and on the board. I want to understand what you mean by that.
Okay, it was brought to the board's attention. And in fact, there was a survey that was done that has not been made public to our membership that said by all of the individuals, including past board members and past officers, that the officers and 5 to 7 individuals should be on the board. That was, and you can share that graph with the membership if you'd like. It was shared with the board members. It was shared with the leadership group.
It doesn't say that you can't be on the board and an officer.
Julie, okay. You're right. It doesn't say that. It says.
Problem is, why is it a problem when the membership voted to allow it? Why is it a problem?
I'm not going to argue with you. The membership voted to allow it. I'm just saying that there are certain things that are being presented to the leadership group that are not transparent to the players, that are not being discussed, and they are relevant. We
Suzanne,
are spending too much time going over things over and over and over again and not getting anything done.
Just so we're all aware about this thing that was presented to the board, that was voted on by the board. Mm-hmm. It was a poll given to the board and the leadership, and everybody took that poll, and that was the results of the poll.
Right.
So
just
so everybody's aware.
But can I jump in here for a second? Just because I know that there was some stuff said about the league. I just want everybody to take a look at it from my shoes. As president, I have one hat. As league operator, I have another hat. As league operator, and any other league operators that are on here, if you were going to split your league in half, are you going to go to the leadership and tell them? No, you're going to do it just like you would with any other league. So me not going to the leadership was solely for the fact that I did not want it to be perceived or look like or accused of me trying to take my powers and use my powers as president, because I wasn't, in order to split the league. It was solely using my league operator hat, and that's it. That's why I did not bring it to the league. I know that there's several hands that are up. I think we need to kind of move on. but is there anything that if we can make it quick on these, please? And I don't know, is the board done with part of theirs or?
Yeah, I think the board's done. I got one too.
Okay.
I'm
I'd like
sorry,
to
I
move
have
the
my hand
question
up,
down.
but then I got a phone call, an important phone call. Did I miss my turn to speak?
No, Mike, just if you guys, I'm gonna call all the hands. If you guys can be as brief as you can so we can get on to the next thing about this.
Of
So
course,
Mike,
no, I can be fast.
you, Mike.
Okay, in policy and procedures, from what I've seen, there's nothing written about a split. And I think, you know, as far as maybe everybody getting along, maybe we could all admit there's nothing in there about a split. And I think we would all agree Tammy's just trying to do the best she can, and maybe we disagree with it. But I think the problem goes down to there's nothing written about a split and how to do that. Also, Lawrence mentioned that the predator table was returned. Was it returned or sold? And did we
No.
ever get a? Did we
No,
ever
it
get
was
a?
actually
It
sold.
was sold. I misspoke. It was sold.
It was sold.
Okay, and did we ever get a report on how much of our members' money had been spent for storage and shipping and all those kinds of things? I think that's important to ask because at the time it was decided to get this table, I think we were at 99% of our membership didn't want to switch to Predator. So I'm just wondering, did our players incur any cost for storage or anything else for the Predator table that they clearly said they never wanted?
Sue might be able to tell us that, but can we move to Arlen while we're looking that up and then we'll get back to you about that? Is that something you can find, Sue?
Of course, thank you.
And real quick, Mike D, I just want to
Yes.
let you know too, as far as, thank you, Sue. As far as also with doing the split of NPL, you don't know how many times that I've heard it said, oh, well, it's the biggest league. Oh, what are they going to take over Western BCA? I thought everybody would be happy that it got split in half.
Yeah, Tammy, and I told Vic, and I hope you know, I don't think you were trying to do anything underhanded or deceitful. I don't agree with how
No.
you did it, but I don't think you were doing anything underhanded or deceitful, ma'am. I think it was incorrect, but I don't think any less of you for what you were doing or that you were trying to do anything quote unquote wrong. I'm sorry if it came out that way.
Thank you.
Okay, Arlen.
Okay, first off, the administration of this organization, it is the president, it had the power to sanction leagues, has always had that power in the past. He has the option to defer it to the board if there's something that he chooses to do. If he's recusing himself from this and then moving it to the vice president for a decision, it does not mean he has to take it to the board to get any board approval for anything at that point. It's an administrative feature. It's always been that throughout the leagues. I've been involved with Western BCA since 1998. And I don't know, just because the past president, and I'm not throwing him under the bus, decided to defer when it came to sanctioning, that is his option, period. There should not even be more discussion about this. Can we please move forward?
Thank you. Elaine.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for saying what you said about split not being mentioned. I think people need to understand, I mean, I looked this up when I was reading some of these posts. These rules, policy, procedures, bylaws, they're from 2012, for Lord's sakes. Everybody knows that they're not current. This is why Lawrence and others have been working, and Bill, I believe, and a number of others, have been working on updating these. And I think we were going to be approving them at some point in time. I think that was the case, Lawrence. But anyway, I think we need to look at this not like a disaster. It's more, a benefit. Something happened that never happened before, right? And why? Because we have 200 and 400 and 800 members in one league. Great, that we want growth, but sometimes it's just too flippin' big for one human to handle. So I'm good that this happened. And the word that everybody uses, transparency, I'm right up front. And I think, in my opinion, Tammy should have broached Raquel about the two places that were inside the Portland city limits. And I'm looking at it that way because I'm a geographer and I always think spatially. If she said, nah, go ahead, or no, I want them, good. But you can get into the semantics of everything. This has never happened before. And I see that the new document came out. There's some addressing it. Let's just get past this. And I do have to say, and I was boiling at one point, just because people don't say something mean online doesn't mean they're not being like passive aggressive. There's a lot of that going on. And I love Facebook, I don't post at all for personal reasons, but it's a good communication tool. BCA never had that. We didn't have Zoom meetings. We didn't have online voting. We're never as big as we were. It's 2025. Life is different now. Please. What's that guy's name? Rodney. Let's all get along. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. Shirley.
No, I'm good. Sorry.
And so there's Crystal, Bill, Chris. That's going to be who's left. So sorry, Stephanie.
That's okay. I get called Crystal all the time. It's all good. Just something that Elaine brought up really quick is on the bylaws. I was on the committee. I don't know if something has changed, but I haven't seen anything since I think June or July of last year of any notes or anything. So, like I said, I don't know if I got booted and nobody told me. But if there's been any revisions or notations, discussions, I have not been aware.
You're
Stephanie,
100% correct. Stephanie.
say that again.
I said she's 100% correct.
Lawrence, you want to explain that a little bit more? Sorry,
There's just been no
Bill.
movement on. There's been no movement on the bylaws right yet because things have been, lawyer discussions and all those things need to happen still. Plus, every time something gets submitted, we got to see everybody wants to see all the changes to the documents, what they were before, what they're going to be now. All those things have happened, and Bill's put up a bunch of different things over the course of the last year, but they always get deferred and deferred and deferred and deferred and deferred. That's basically what it is.
Thank you. And thank you, Stephanie, for bringing that up.
I think
Can I go to Bill and see if he's got anything? He's got his hand up and he might have a comment about that too. Okay, Bill.
Yes. Well, Lawrence has a committee, the league policies committee, and it has policies and procedures. And I disagree with a couple of things there, and I never saw them. Under the bylaws committee, we do policies and procedures. And there are a couple of things in there that I would like to do some revisions on, number 9 and number 10 specifically. And like I said before, a league that is splitting like Tammy's league split, there shouldn't be any question there about, the territories and stuff that they have, because they already have the territories. The whole thing would have been in mute if she would have named the new portion of her league, the one that Rob has now, if he said Northwest Players League there and renamed her portion of the league, there wouldn't be any question. But because she did it the other way around and she kept the Northwest Players for her league, there's questions in it. There shouldn't be any at all. These are all players that have played in Western BCA for a long time. And just splitting the league should not mean that you have to go to the board to get approval to do that. That's a league operator thing. I'm done.
Thank you. And last but not least, Chris.
Yeah, I just want Tammy to know that it wasn't like anything at all personal. We just had a lot of stuff that came across as kind of vague or contradicting, and we never questioned her character, never questioned her intent. I personally think it's a great thing too. We're just trying to make, and I brought it up, and I didn't want our players to be in limbo, which is what I'm a member at large. I'm trying to represent everybody. That happens to be the league that I play in. So I didn't want us to go through a session and not do it. I knew that she wouldn't leave us hanging out to dry. And so it was never a personal thing against her. There's just a lot of confusion, even with the statement that she made and said, if it becomes this, I'm going to do this. I understand she doesn't have to. I understand it's her choice. But when she said that, I think we kind of assumed that was the way it was going to be. So never any ill intent. We think that, you know, it was the right move. We're just here to ask questions. And I think that that's kind of our right, is to ask questions. And as far as the only other comment I want to make is about committees, is I was recently in a committee meeting and found out we weren't actually a committee. So I'm just hoping to hear some forward progress with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And I appreciate your words. Yeah, there was never no ill intent, and I try to do it all. And I know that everybody starts at the beginning of the year, so, and it was kind of a last minute decision as far as Rob agreeing to take over the league, or that half, the east or the western side of the split. So it was kind of quick moving, but also I had to do my research and talk to, like I said, I talked to Bill and Sam and even Darren and Darcy and Johnny Landis, and I mean everybody, as far as what do I do and how do I do it. But those are the people that I would have talked to, and like I said to Michael D, that I didn't take it to the leadership, not because I didn't think that they deserved that information, but only because I didn't want to look like I was trying to use my power to gain anything, which I'm not gaining anything. I'm splitting it in half, but just the perception of it anyways, it was not. So I think that no matter how I did it, I think there would have been something that would have come back anyways. So, but it's all good as far, and I did forget to say something real quick as far as committees, then that Chris just brought it up. So as far as committees go, I need to get those on the website. I am working on those and all the charges for the different committees and the names. So as far as committees go, we need the committee chairs, and that'll be addressed, or that'll be decided on and voted on at the annual meeting coming up in May. And so I want to just throw out there that as soon as I can get it, I'll post it on Facebook, on the website, and all that kind of stuff with the information, to then say, email me as far as if you're interested in being a committee chair. I know that sometimes, you know, doing it in public or on Zoom or whatever, that, hey, I want to be a chair or whatever, that, you know, maybe somebody jumps into there before you do, that if you're interested, to email me, and then we can figure out who all for committee chairs, and then go from there to make sure that we're back on track with the way the committees are supposed to be ran. Thank you.
All right, Raquel has her hand up, and then I think it's time to go to the Hall of Fame. So Raquel.
Obviously, this affects my league. So I just wanted to say a few things. I completely understand why Tammy did what she did. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the way that it was handled. The statement that I received from the vice president said that this can happen based on not encroaching or interfering in another person's territory. I feel like this is an encroachment and an interference, but in the end, just a conversation with me would have been nice, because by the time she recused herself, the work had already been done. So really, the vice president just had to make that decision. So my email from Tammy said that there should be respect for other league operators in areas where they're trying to form a division or a league, and that didn't happen. So it was a shock to me when I found out that this was happening. Just a conversation, that's all I'm asking for. A conversation would have been nice, instead of just letting this happen, because it does make it look like it's a little bit underhanded, which I know that it's not. I don't believe that Tammy's an underhanded person, but a conversation should have been had. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, are we moving on to the next thing? Because it's 1:30 right now. Suzanne, do you want to hear? Suzanne, you're up. And then we're moving
My
on to-
only question of you, Raquel, is have you ever approached Tammy or previously the previous league operator about those locations? Have you ever approached them?
I never have, but when
That's
Sue
all
and
I wanted to know.
when Sue and I first took over Rose City Billiards, we specifically asked if we could have a division in Vancouver. We respected the league operator in that territory, and we were told no. But we respected that league operator and asked them. This time that didn't happen.
Raquel, and I addressed that in the email I sent back to you responding. However, by no means was I ever trying to disrespect you at all, or anybody for that matter. And the venues where the divisions are that have been venues for many years under NPL, it's not like it's a new division. So you were asking me about a new division. I brought it up to Julie as the divisional manager in the Vancouver area, and that's where that all went.
Order.
But these other ones were never, it wasn't a new venue.
Point of order, please. What are we doing? Is this in the middle of a report? Is this in the middle of someone's report?
No, well, it was the board report was part of the discussion. We can move on now.
Did we ever get an answer on the cost incurred from the predator table?
No, we didn't, but that's also a side point, isn't it?
Sue's gonna work on that and get that.
I have it. I have it.
Go ahead, Sue.
$917.50 in storage for the predator table.
Thank you,
Thank
Sue.
you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
I say we're good with the Hall of Fame committee. Are you guys good with moving to the next one?
Yeah, we don't need the Hall of Fame committee.
Okay,
I
the
don't think,
tournament.
because Clay's not here, is he? I don't believe so. And also, you guys wouldn't do it until come next year anyways. Right, Bill?
Okay, then tournament committee.
We,
Go ahead, Bill.
I'm on the Hall of Fame committee, and I noticed that we still don't have the players that were inducted into the Hall of Fame last time on the website yet. And that's kind of sad, but basically the Hall of Fame goes every 2 years, so we won't be meeting much until 2 years from now. So that's the report.
I do have those flyers, those pictures that need to go up on there. I have sent them on, but I'm working on those. I am working on those.
I know.
So Bill, did you have anything else to add about the tournament committee, or are we going to the next one?
Go to the tournament committee.
So tournament committee and competition committee, based on not being formed properly yet, we have no update.
Okay, and then the Fun Day committee, Tammy, since you're the sole person on that, do you have anything else to add from the beginning of the meeting?
No, just what I said earlier.
Okay, the promotions committee is me and my group of awesome people. So who's on this committee is Sue, Aaron, Ed, Jackson, and me. And these guys are rock stars. We meet every single Monday. And Raw made us a little video that is awesome. We've been going out, approaching people. Right now, we have $7,000 in added money, which is really, we're pretty proud of this. 5,000 from Beagle Box, 500 from Joe's Glass, Mucci is $500, and then Aaron just landed yesterday, Rainier Sight and Sound. It's a glasses company for for wearing glasses when you're playing pool. And so those are the people that we have so far that have sponsored. So if you guys know anybody that has a small business that would like to sponsor or technically advertise their product to all these players, please feel free to send them a link to the website and we can get them involved in this. We're really excited about it. I'm excited to give, I think how it works is they're going to take money out that was for the for all the streaming first, and then what's left goes right back into everybody's pocket as winning stuff. So I'm super excited about that. And then the fun day. So fun day, we had some people that didn't want to come along this time. It ended up just being Brittany and I. Tammy wanted to run the pretty similar to last 8 ball, so she did that. And then Tammy pretty much just is the hard worker that she is and took over and did the whole rest of everything herself. So I have, and then Jonathan put it on the website. So if you guys have any questions about Fun Day, just revert back to Tammy. I don't have a way of looking at who's signed up. I'm not, Brittany and I are really not on the Fun Day committee at all. It's pretty much solely ran by Tammy. And that's all I got. You guys have any questions for me? Looks like I got hands up already. Sam.
Yeah, I put my hand up at the beginning of the report because it was flown over by the tournament and competition committee. I would like an explanation of why there's no tournament and or competition committee report, more than just wasn't formed properly.
There's no tournament or competition committee officially because we've not been ratified and not given the proper charges.
So Bob Olson was the committee chair when you took it over. There's work that has to be done. This is an ongoing committee. I don't understand. How is there confusion with the charge?
Because the membership has to ratify it, and that's never happened. Therefore, anything that's done it doesn't matter. It's not official.
So do we need to do that today? Or do we have to wait till the next meeting to put it on the agenda?
Okay, so is Bob Olson still the chair of the competition committee then? And I'm sure he would be happy to take it over again since Jackson doesn't feel like doing it.
Sam, I have been doing it. We have met, but it's all for nothing. Nothing's been ratified. It never was ratified before. It's not correct. We need to go through the proper steps to set the committees up and officially ratify them and charge them.
It should probably be said, we just met 5 days ago. We have
I've got the floor. Thank you. I've got the floor. This to me sounds like an excuse, and there's something else going on where Western BCA still has work that has to be done by both of these committees. I would like some sort of report about, Jackson, you said you are meeting. Well, what are you meeting about? Are the tournament regulations being done for 8 ball? Because people are going to have to know how the substitution policies go.
They are being done, yes.
Oh, good. Go on.
What do you want me to go on about?
The rest of the things that the competition committee and the tournament committee have been working on.
Yep, that's actually neither of those two committees have been working on that. That's been Lawrence, thankfully. So that's it.
Okay, this is great.
So how do we make it an official committee? I'm glad that you're bringing this up, Sam.
So just to bring it up, part of it is that at the annual meeting, what's supposed to happen is the annual meeting is supposed to, as president, I select a chair for those committees. And then it is voted on by the membership. And that's the way that it states in the policies and procedures for the committee committees being formed. Once that chair is approved, then it's given the charge and everything as far as what they are in charge of taking care of, meeting on, doing, blah, 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 that then, but they also pick who the members of that committee also are. They, and it also states like one board chair on each committee. Or board member on each committee. So that is what needs to be done. It wasn't done at the annual meeting last time. Of course, we don't seem to get very far on some of these meetings, so it hasn't been able to be done yet, Sam. So my goal is to make sure that this happens at this next annual meeting. To make sure that everything is right and proper and moving forward.
So we can't add that to the agenda. It has to come at an annual meeting. It can't be on an agenda like this one, or we can't add it, so it's coming at least.
It's supposed to be at the annual meeting. I guess I don't know for sure if it could be added to another meeting or whatnot.
The next meeting.
Yeah, and the next meeting is an annual meeting.
Okay, anything else, Sam, or should I go on to the next hand? So I guess we just don't have those for right now.
This is Doug now.
Doug.
Yeah, hi. So as far as the committee that is no longer a committee formerly known as, it sounds like we need to ratify that situation, yes? That's an important committee that has important work that needs to be done. So should we handle that now?
We can't handle it now because it's not on the agenda, unfortunately.
Okay. Not to point fingers, but it feels like this is an essential committee. So it should have been brought forward by those in the know to make that an agenda item so that we could handle that now. Someone mentioned transparency earlier, and I feel like we're missing some of that here. And not just pointing fingers at you, Jackson. There's work being done, but we're not privy to it because you're not an official group. Does that sound correct?
You guys are privy to anything and everything that we do.
Okay, and you said that there is work being done currently.
I said we've met.
Okay. So
and yes, the work that has been done has not been done by the tournament committee. It was done by Lawrence.
Okay, so the tournament committee has met, but there is no actual work or progress being made on anything that the board and the members should know about.
Can I say something for the tournament committee? Is that allowed since I'm a member of the tournament committee?
Absolutely.
Have your hand up.
We'll get to that.
Well, no, but I'm on the tournament committee and I'm trying to reply to people's questions in a way that I think Jackson's not. So just trying to help.
All right, thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, we spoke about slow play and figuring out what the definition is of that and making sure everybody knew what it was. Dave Chavez, who works with the refs, is going to make sure that the refs understand. The other thing we talked about was, slow play and coaching in Scotch and making sure that that was defined and that the refs knew what those issues were. And again, Dave Chavez was going to make sure that he spoke with the refs about that. Dave Chavez, maybe as a member of the tournament committee, would want to speak on that. But those were things that we talked about in our meeting that we just had, I'm going to say 5 days ago.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. And again, not just pointing at the competition or the tournament committee. More than once, I have stated that I write policy and procedure. That's my 8 to 5. More than once, someone says, "Great, we'll reach out to you." I've yet to be reached out to. There was a research group that was formed after our last meeting to look at Scotch doubles being genderless or staying the way it is. I was reached out to join that group by whomever was heading that up. Either they've met without me or there have been no meetings. And here we are today, and we're supposed to vote on it. So I don't know if there's lack of transparency or if balls are being dropped. But either way, it's, from my perspective, it is just a little bit frustrating, especially when some of these policy, tournament, what have you, these are essential. These keep us going. So we need to have these ready to go and rocking at full steam. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Lawrence.
My question is not about the tournament committee or any of that stuff. It is about the one you're doing, Nikki. I'm sorry, my mind went blank for a
Can
second.
we
That's
hold,
why I wrote my
hold
question.
on one second? So I have butterflies and sunshine to be announcing on the stuff we've been doing, and it's getting destroyed by the chaos that Tammy is a brand new president. She didn't know she needed to do that. So everybody thinks that there's no transparency. There's lots of transparency about the board of directors. Every time the board of directors makes a decision, it comes back to the members, and then the members vote to ratify like all our decisions. So just so you guys know, the board is ethic. We are very ethical. So I'm glad you're bringing it up. I'm glad it's getting talked about. But anybody else have anything that they want to say about this tournament committee and competition committee before we go back to my sunshine stuff? Yeah, Sam.
So I let a couple people know about the new Scotch doubles thing that I was really kind of hoping to hear about from the tournament committee. That's a major thing. I forget who I sent it to. I think it was Dave Chavez about how Scotch doubles, both players are allowed at the table. Now, it's in the tournament regulations of CSI. That's how they've done it at a couple of tournaments. I spoke with Dwayne Payne. He said it's working out great. It's actually speeding the matches up because the players don't have to dance outside the table area and then dance back in again. They can both be at the table at the same time shooting. You can be standing right there over your player's shoulder and saying, yep, it looks like it's going to be a great shot, and just go. So are we going to allow that at Western BCA? Because that's a T-reg. That's not in the rules. So we have to add it to our tournament regulations in order for that to be kosher at our event. That's why it's important.
The way that document is written currently, it is not. The player must sit at their table like it's always been for years and years and years.
Okay, Lawrence, would you like me to send you a screenshot of that CSI T-reg about Scotch doubles?
No, I know what it said before, but we had a discussion, and it was that we were going to not have players at the table. That was the discussion, right?
Okay. So
I'm just asking, I just for clarification. I mean, I don't need that. I know what the CSI tournament regs say because I copied them before the change happened. But we voted not to use CSI tournament regulations, right?
I understand, yes.
Okay,
So then what I'm trying to convey is that there is a helpful new tournament regulation that if Western BCA wants to go by, we need to add it to our T-regs.
Yep, and
So
if the membership wants it, then that's probably what we'll do going forward, right? Because that's what we're here for. The majority of the people want that, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, I guess we're going to find out some other way whether that's going to be good or not. One point about committees, it doesn't say anywhere in the bylaws that a board of director has to be on a committee. How we've done it in the past is the president picks the chair and the chair picks their committee members. Might be helpful to have a board person on there, might be great to have them on there. I'm not saying one way or the other. There's no requirement to have a board member on a committee. And since the tournament committee and the competition committee has been happening for like 5, 6, 8, 10 years, competition committee, it's been around for what, 15 years. I'd say there's a precedent with the charge that is already in place. So this is ridiculous. The promotion committee, you guys are great. This is wonderful to finally have sponsorship. I think it is wonderful.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Chris Northern. Yeah. So I'm a member of that tournament committee as well, and we were equally as shocked when we found out that no matter what we said or did, and it was explained to us very plainly that whatever we did had zero power moving forward. So we said, well, what are we doing? I don't disagree with your precedent statement. I think we have an important job, but literally when we met 5 days ago, it was made very, very clear that no matter what we did at that meeting, it wouldn't matter.
Well, that's not
Speaking
true.
for me personally, that's when we
It's
found
not
out.
true. It's not true. You're being played, and this is ridiculous. This is a social organization that puts on a pool tournament. Are you serious? Grow
I
up.
don't disagree with you, Sam. I don't disagree with you, but
Chris.
if
I'm not
I
telling you to grow up. But
okay.
give me a break.
So I don't know what you mean by it doesn't matter, or it just doesn't mean anything or whatever.
Well,
So
Tammy, this
on-
this is Chris.
yeah.
Vic and Dave made it very clear in that meeting, and because Vic asked me as I'm making pizza, hey, do you know how committees are formed? And I said, no, why don't you explain it to me? He explained it to me, and Vic says, we are not a committee. And we all went,
Well,
what?
okay, but however, I mean, it still means something, and I'll explain kind of, so when a committee, with the committee, and there was some confusion with the fun day and all that, and some people got upset because, they felt like their decisions didn't matter. Well, it's because a committee, a committee comes up with ideas, solutions, whatnot to present to the president. The president then, yeah, you know what? Hey, that sounds good. Let's go to the board, and then it, we discuss it with the board, and then it is brought to the membership and voted on if we need to vote on it or whatever. But it's not just that the committee then is in charge and can make whatever decision or changes they want whenever they want to, if that makes sense.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have anything to say about that, or are we moving on to the promotions? Last call.
Can I just say that on the.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, it'll be
Sorry,
1 second.
folks.
No,
1
I'll raise
second,
my
Arlen.
hand.
It'll be you next.
I'll raise my hand, Arlen.
Okay,
I thought
Arlen.
everybody was done.
Hi, this is Tammy Conaber. I have something to say also.
Okay, Arlen, then Tammy's next. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay. Jackson's saying that his competition committee, tournament committee is not a committee, so therefore anything they do, they don't have a report, they don't have this, they don't have that. At a previous meeting, as board chair, Jackson presented items that we as members voted on and ratified into our tournament. Now he's saying, well, we don't have any power and we can't do that. So where do we go from there? We've already made these changes. We've already implemented these changes. Now, on the other side of that coin, the competition committee and tournament committee are long-standing committees. And unless they've been dissolved by the president, they are still a standing committee. So therefore, you can't just say, well, whatever we did doesn't matter. Well, wait a minute. You did something and it did change everything. You presented caps for us at meetings and we voted on them. You presented Scotch caps on them and we voted on. You presented things about changing prices on entries and we voted on them. So are we going back to this is all null and void and none of that matters? According to Jackson, that's what he said. What we did doesn't matter type of thing. I'm just curious because where the hell are we at this point, people? This is ridiculous. It's 20 years I've been with you guys, and now you guys are deciding, I don't want to do it anymore, so we're just not a committee.
Tammy.
How
about answer that? That's great, because it's Vic, Tammy's husband, that had said this information to the committee. So Tammy, Vic, clarify what's going on so we can try to fix it. I'm glad you brought it up, Arlen.
When was the committee dissolved? It had to be dissolved to not be a committee. Otherwise, it's still a standing committee.
It was not dissolved. So here's the chain of events. So the chain of events was Darren before, well, it would have been after the annual meeting and before he left office would have appointed certain people in the chair positions for those committees. It got changed here and there. I think. So Bob stepped down on competition committee. Jackson kind of took over as competition and tournament committee. What else? Reading on the committee formation operation. And this is where, so I think Sam brought this up as far as board of directors. It says composition. All committees will consist of the minimum of 5 members to include at least 1 member of the board of directors, the president, and as many members of the association needed to reach the required number of members. The committee chair will appoint committee members. What else? And then I was trying to find the other part where I was trying to explain on, give me a second, and I'm looking.
If this is from policy and procedures, is that the new policy and procedures? Because if I remember correctly, the membership has not authorized any policy and procedures.
Should they?
Oh, they for sure
old.
should.
These are all the ones that were on the drop thing, the old ones. These are all what they've been
Existing
for
policies
years.
and procedures.
Yes, yes.
And Tammy, I think what you're looking for is purpose and parameters. Each committee will, upon formation, have a stated purpose for its existence. Committee size, powers, authority, and autonomy will be assigned on a committee by committee basis, depending on the scope of the committee. Committees may or may not be authorized to exercise authority of the association as prescribed in the association's policies and procedures. I think that's what you were looking for.
Yeah, probably. I know I've read a million of these things and yeah.
And yes, this is a committee, but it also says the committees are supposed to be renewed year by year at a yearly basis, and they're supposed to be given their directives as far as what their authority is, what their powers are, what they're not, whether they're just bringing back suggestions or whether they're making changes.
Yes.
Correct.
Does it have to
Correct.
be ratified? Because Tammy gave that position to Jackson. He didn't kind of get it. Tammy gave it to him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
doesn't that automatically do it? Because it seems like maybe she
It's
changed her
supposed
mind.
to
Is
be-
that why
well,
we're here?
No, it's just still supposed to be voted on by the membership or ratified by the membership.
Okay, while you're looking stuff up, Tammy, should I go to the next person and then come back to you? Okay, great. It looks like Lawrence, if anybody has anything to say about the promotions committee, skip that for a second. Lawrence, did you want to talk about the promotions?
Sponsorship is what I want to ask you, so I'll wait.
Okay, Elaine.
Same for me.
Pat.
I think your dog's eyes. I just wanted to, I had a question about the fun day check-in stuff. I know we passed that and I've listened to all the comments that have been made. But getting back to the fun day, I've had a couple of my players ask if they sign up, how do they know that their registration has been confirmed? And they know they have to pay when they get to the tournament, when they check in. Is there
I'm gonna get those lists of those players under what events posted on Facebook.
Okay, and so
and the website too. So
who's going to do the check-ins? Is that going to fall under the tournament registrar and the treasurer, or is that going to fall under the fun day committee?
No, right now I'm just, if there's anybody that wants to volunteer for an hour or two the morning of fun day and
pick me.
Okay. So, and we'll get it taken care of for him.
Okay,
Yeah. That's all.
I'm getting old, so I almost forgot what I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, and Tammy, I am so sorry. Tammy's patiently waiting. Tammy.
Thank you, Nikki. I have been a member of the competition committee since it was put together in June of this year. We went together and did the caps for 8-ball this year. I do not know when this committee or Jackson decided that we weren't effective anymore, because it was under my impression after the last meeting when 8-ball caps were voted down that we were set to come up with caps for 9-ball by this meeting so that we could have them instituted. It has been crickets ever since the vote down, and I have not heard anything from Jackson, anybody else on the committee, and I was ready to have 9-ball caps set at this meeting. So the communication has sucked in my regards.
Yep, that's all me, Tammy. I've been waiting to get this stuff ratified, so we're not doing everything for nothing. So that's all on me.
But it was under my impression we were ratified back in, June, that this was the committee and we were supposed to come up with caps to present to the membership to be voted on. What we did at the November meeting, and we were supposed to move forward. And you even came across and said, after the shit show that was the last meeting, do you guys still even want to be a part of this committee? And was looking forward to the rest of it.
Yep, and I'm still looking forward to it, but I want to do it when we're ratified, because we're not ratified. I've been told that multiple times.
Well, it would have been nice to have had some kind of communication within the committee and with as
I said, I apologize. That's my fault.
What you mean by we are not ratified, because under my perception, we were ratified in June to come up with cap proposals. And that is what we have been doing.
Okay, Tammy, I think everybody, oh, well, maybe Arlen. Arlen, you got your hand up to talk about this some more?
Yes, the question point blank is, Jackson, were you appointed board chair of said committee's tournament or competition by Tammy?
I was appointed to oversee both the tournament committee and the competition committee. I then tried to find board chairs, none of which volunteered, so I just ran with it.
Whoa. No. I
Board
simply
chairs.
asked, were you appointed as the board chair of these two places? You said you were put in charge to
Committee
oversee.
chair.
Committee chair, which means you're not the board chairman. So why are you giving the board report for this?
The committee chair.
And second, committee, you're why I'm trying to figure out how you implemented all of these things on us, acting as a committee, and now you're wanting to drop off. I don't understand.
Nobody ever said I wanted to drop off. Nobody ever said that.
And also, as another point of order, it does say in the procedures and bylaws that the president is supposed to be a member of all committees, which has not been happening either.
Okay, I'm just floored that for the last, since May when this started, that you guys have been working as a committee, presented things to our membership, got our approval on things as members, and got things working in a certain way. And now all of a sudden you're saying, well, whatever I did doesn't matter. So since we've already implemented these things, how do we reverse them at this point and go back to square one?
My understanding when I was appointed was that I was appointed. Once you read the
then that
policies,
would make it ratified. You do not have to ratify with the members.
Yes, you do.
Committee.
Yes, you do.
The president appoints committee chairs.
And then the membership ratifies it. It's right in the policies and procedures and bylaws. It's very specific. I've read it 100 times because it pissed me off when I was told that's how it has to be done. So if we're gonna do
So-
things correct, let's do things correct. Let's get it done. And
Why would we start now? You did things incorrect since you've been there.
But Arlen, he.
I mean, I'm
knows
serious.
he
I'm
was
gonna be
incorrect.
argumentative at this point. I'm gonna be argumentative at this point. He presented a report and slipped in a
Arlen, hold on. At the time, he didn't know. Since then, now he knows. Now it's being brought to everyone's attention right now. So we're spending so much time on this. It seems like it would be nice if we could call a vote to just ratify Tammy's decision. We could move forward instead of spending 2 hours about the situation. Is that possible? Sam and Lawrence, you guys are the good policy readers. Can you see a spot in there to make some kind of exception to do that, or does it have to be the next meeting?
My personal view, to try to answer your question, is to go by the history of Western BCA at the meetings. With my memory, which is flawed a little bit, the president appoints the chairs, and if the membership doesn't say anything, like, oh, we really don't think that person should be in charge of that committee, we move on, and that's an agreed
It's their
acceptance.
decision.
So,
yes, exactly.
In that regard, I think we should just follow suit. That's a precedent as far as, and especially today, to get this meeting moving along. I have no problem with that.
No, she appoints the chairs of the committee, he or she. That's all they have to do. And then the committee chair picks their members.
That's what they've always done.
And if no one says anything against it, then they have nothing. She appointed this person a chair, and that makes it ratified.
Yeah.
She instituted the committee.
I like it. How about we go with that, Arlen?
Okay, I think that seems,
Oh.
that sounds fair, but where do we go from there? Do we say, yeah, Sam seconds what Arlen says and we take a vote on it and it's good? Can we do that?
It's not a motion. That we shouldn't do that.
Not a motion.
We recognize our mistakes and move forward as a group. That's it. We're striving to do the right thing. Great. Well, how do we do the right thing from this day forward? Let's do that.
Tammy, back to you.
And that's what I've been trying to do, but I mean, I can appoint Jackson as the chair of those committees, or Tammy Conover as the competition committee chair, or whatnot. But I still think that it needs to be, and then that needs to be approved by the membership, correct? No?
From what I understand, the only thing that would need to be approved by the membership is if you were giving a committee the power to change something without it being ratified. For a long time, we had a committee that set the caps. They just set the caps. We were told what the caps were. Something changed a few years ago where then the caps started getting voted on. I think the frustration that this committee has is that they did all that work on the caps and then they brought them and it was just a complete shit show. They were voted down. They had to be ratified. So the committee needs to know what their job is. Like, do they make the caps or do they bring something to be ratified? There's two different, what's the authority of the different committees? And I think that's what needs to be voted on. If we're saying this committee can now make a change, that's where, like Arlen's argument, all of the things that committee that was changed based on that committee, they were all voted in. The committee didn't change anything. They made recommendations and then they were voted in.
And
that's
Julie, you're right. It used to be, because I've been on the competition off and on for 10 years. And many years ago, it was a recommendation at a meeting to be voted on. At some point in time, it changed during COVID, actually, that it was, okay, these are what the caps are going to be. Then we went back to the right way of doing things, of the committee saying, this is what we are recommending for caps, the membership needs to vote. So just because we did it wrong doesn't mean we shouldn't do it right again.
I'm saying that there's two different ways. That's the point. A committee can be charged and given the authority to place the caps, but that would have to be voted on, that committee is given that authority, and that wasn't done. So yes, you're right. And I think that's where all the frustration comes from, is that people don't know what the charges are for these committees. And I agree, if something is being done wrong, yes, we should absolutely start doing it right. And hopefully more of that comes up.
And Vic's got his hand up. Vic, it's all you.
Well, Julie and Jackson are both right. If you want to give the committee chair the authority to change stuff, he can. If you don't want to give it the authority to change stuff, then it goes to the membership. So they're both right. It's all how you want to do it. That's it.
Mike D.
I know it's inconvenient, and I understand Arlen's frustration, but I think we need to stop discussing this and deal with it at our membership meeting when we can do this officially. I think we need to do it one group at a time. Think we need to know what the committee's charge is, how much power they have, and I think we really need to discuss the propensity of having board members be the chairman of each group. I think it's unrealistic. If somebody doesn't get re-voted in, then all of a sudden we need a new chairman. I think it's too much work to ask of a volunteer to be on the board of directors that meets so regularly and chair a committee. Yeah, I have some issues with this, but I hate to really bring them up right now because honestly, it's 2 o'clock. I know it's inconvenient. And again, Arlen, I understand your frustration. I hope you know we are also frustrated. We just found this out, man. But I think it needs to be dealt with officially one committee at a time at the next meeting where we discuss what the charge is. How much power they have is very important. I was frustrated on the Fund Day committee because we had 0 power. I'm also frustrated for the competition committee that they can't just set the caps. Speaking of conflict of interest, I think letting members vote on caps is ridiculous. I want the Scotch caps to be exactly right so my son and I can play together. I want the team caps to be exactly right so my league team can play together. Letting members vote on the caps is ridiculous, speaking of conflict of interest. And so different committees should definitely have different powers, and they need to be done one at a time, not in a hurry out of frustration at a meeting where it's already 2 p.m. and we're running out of time. I'm sorry. I know that's inconvenient.
Okay, so I think how we can, sorry, go. It's all you, Tammy.
I understand everybody's frustration. You know, I'm not saying that anything that the tournament or the competition or whatever committee doesn't mean anything. And, you know, it's just that, you know, it wasn't done right. And partially probably my fault, partially because we ran out of time down there and in Wild Horse for the annual meeting last year. But moving forward, let's make it right and let's finish it. And so I will have all the charges and everything else come the annual meeting. If not, well, I'll have it sooner on the website and Facebook for everybody.
Can I add something real quick just to clarify for something from Mike? They don't have to be the chairman. The board members don't have to be the chairman of the committee. They just have to be on the committee according to the way the procedure is written.
It only says one.
Right. They don't have to be the chair. They just have to be on it.
Okay, can I have the floor back on the sponsorship stuff? Because there were some questions. Okay, so back to sponsorship. This is the rainbows and happy stuff that's been happening, by the way. Sue sent me a message, then she said, I am incorrect. that Joe's Glass didn't give 500, they gave 1,000. So it is $7,500 altogether that we have done so far this year with all these amazing sponsors. So again, if you guys want to do that, please, if you know anybody that would like to sponsor, please let them know they can. Not only they get seen by all of our players, but also I don't have the numbers in front of me right this second, but it is thousands and thousands and thousands of views all over the place on social media and on YouTube. Also, you guys have a lot of family and friends that watch this stuff. So it's really good marketing. So please tell your business owner friends, or if you're an entrepreneur yourself, get a hold of me. So questions, Lawrence.
My question is have any of the sponsors specified money for specific divisions?
You're doing some funky echo thing right now. No, they've done, okay, so Bingo Box is doing Raw Sports and Evo. And no one has picked specific ones yet. That's like the really expensive one is going to be if they want to pick a division. We haven't got any of those. They've all been Evo and Raw.
Chinook Wind specifies
official
one
brand. What's that?
I think Chinook Wind specifies one group to give money a certain amount to, but I don't think that's covered in your section, so I think it's something else.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's done with the casino contract.
Yeah, what? Sorry, Jackson, go ahead.
Nope, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, all the stuff I'm talking about has nothing to do with the money that Chinook Winds already adds. That's in addition to that we have a super amazing main sponsor of Chinook Winds. All right, is that it? Lawrence, do you have any more stuff?
Nope.
Okay, great. Elaine.
Yeah, sponsorship committee, great job. I did the rare post. I think it's exciting, especially that you got Mucci to pony up. And another guy posted a question, and I wondered the same thing. Will there be a Mucci rep there at the event?
Ooh, I did not see that. I'm sorry. I've been busy at work, not scrolling through.
No, that's
that much.
okay.
I'm super
I don't
sorry.
know. I just was asking. It's okay. You have a wife.
Ed, do you want to ask them that? I
I will. I'll touch base with Seth and find out if he's going to have somebody there. If there's one.
Hang
in
on.
the area.
Hang on just a second. We got to confirm with Julie on this because of the amount of or lack of space that we have. So let's just make sure. I mean, if there's somebody there that's walking around and playing, great, but having a booth.
Walking around, but I have no space for anybody.
No, there wouldn't be a booth for Mucci. No.
Okay. Thanks, Jackson. Because yes, a little heart attack there.
Yeah, thank you. And speaking of Elaine, thank you for sending. Elaine just sent us some pictures so we could put them on our official site. So that way, when sponsors want to look at us, they see that this is a big association. Everybody's excited to come here. So every time we put something super negative on our Facebook page, just know that that's less money in your pocket if you win, because it makes us look trashy. And then people are less likely to want to sponsor us. So just be thinking that when you post and not just send somebody a private message. Anyhow, next. So is that it, Lawrence, for you, or do you want to add more stuff?
No, I'm done. And also that group that everybody gets upset in is a private group and nobody can see it but people in there.
Okay. So Elaine sent us some pictures that go on the main one. So when people want to look into us, now they're going to see more pictures on there. So I really appreciate that, Elaine. Thank you. And Bill.
About the sponsorship money, is that going to Western BCA in the general fund? Is it going for a specific tournament? Is it for a year or just for a tournament?
Great question. So my understanding is we first are using the money to pay the money that we've paid Evo Sports and On the Wire. And then the leftover money from that goes right into the tournament, and then we'll give it to Camitha to distribute over this one tournament, likely. And then the next tournament, because 8-ball, we're gonna do this again. Or not 8-ball,
But you will
9-ball.
do it for, but, yeah, okay, 9-ball.
Yeah, sorry, both tournaments. We'll do it again, the same thing.
Okay.
Is that, am I correct in saying it like that, Tammy?
Well, it all depends on, because like if Mucci's only going to sponsor $500 for the year for both events, then it kind of needs to be split up between the two, or the $1,000 for Joe's class. I know he actually sponsored last time too, so maybe he will do both events. But sometimes not everybody will do both events. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we're not asking for, we're not, they don't really have the choice of giving us 50% to like that. They're either.
Well, no,
Yeah,
but
we're-
if you know that it's like if you know that it's going to be something, and what we might do is just do like half of that towards this one, just so that we know. But then, do you see what I'm saying? As far
No,
as
I
splitting
don't.
it up
I don't
between
see what
the
you're saying, because they can choose which one they want to advertise in. They don't get twice as much advertising. So they're advertising in the 8-ball event. That's what they're.
so that's what they,
That's-
okay.
So if
there
they
isn't
decide they want to sponsor 9-ball, they can do that in addition when it comes down to the next couple months when we start advertising. But
Okay.
none of them have said they're only doing half of, they would like twice as much advertising for half the cost. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does any of this money go to the Fun Day events?
If anybody
Not-
wanted to sponsor Fun Day, but no one sponsored Fun Day yet. I don't
Okay.
think, is that right too, Tammy?
Yes, only if they are saying that they're sponsoring Fun Day, only is that money go to Fun Day.
Yeah, right now, no one has sponsored $250, and that's what it is. So if you guys have league operators that would like to sponsor that, a lot of times I think that's where the league operators sponsor is a Fun Day, but no one has came forward to sponsor those yet. So we are excited to see them if they want to. Then can I move on to Jesse and Stephanie next? Okay, Jesse.
All right, hi, I was just saying that PNW Pool Thing would like to be a $500 sponsor.
Fantastic. Okay. We'll
Yeah,
get a hold
Thank
of
you,
you.
guys.
Cool.
You're just making our day right now. Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen Jesse and Stephanie's site yet, they've been doing some really great things for pool. And so we'll be able to say more of that in just a little bit. So I'll get a hold of you, Jesse. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, thank you.
And Ed.
Yeah, so the Mucci thing is for this event. I got the banner from them the other day. It looks awesome. It's got the flag on it and Mucci made in the USA. It's really cool. And it's just for this event. I sent them an email saying I got the banner and I'll keep it, and hopefully they sign up for 9-ball also. And then like Tammy or like Nikki just said, Lawrence sent out an email to every league operator about a week and a half ago, saying, hey, we've got this sponsorship going, we've rewritten everything, we're working real hard on it. And we'd like every league to put their banner up in the pool room. And it's going to take $250 to do that. And it's not that much. My league does it every year. And we'd also like those league operators to talk with their houses that they play leagues out of. And we'd love to have every bar's banner hanging in the pool room too for $250. And the biggest problem that we have is we did not hear from one league operator that we sent this email to them. And if that's not a lack of communication, what is? I mean, we're working hard on this. And for us to send an email specifically to all you league operators and have you not respond to it is kind of disheartening, really. So do your part. Get a banner made. Kick in $250 if you got it. Wait, didn't we hear from one of the smallest leagues that we have, Jenny Sheldon, and she said she was going to kick in $1,000? I mean, do you know how small that league is? That's huge for them. So come on, you guys, talk to your houses. Some of them are making money. That's all I got.
Thanks, Ed. And Kamitha.
There used to be, I remember way back when they started talking about these banners, there used to be a company or something through Western BCA that leagues could come forward and say, yeah, I would like to have a banner printed, and then print the banner. Do we happen to know if that still exists, or am I hearing you guys say we need to go out on our own and print our own banner and then have it hung up at the event? Furthermore, I'm checking my email and I don't see an email even requesting that information. So either I'm off my rocker, or maybe it could be sent again, or someone could explain to me what the subject line is so I could
It
look at
was
that.
sent to Mid Valley BCA on the 15th of January. It said Western BCA sponsorship was the type.
15th
January.
at Comcast or at Gmail?
The listing from the website that I got the email address from said gmail.com.
Okay. Never mind. I'll go search my email. You said January 15th of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
So then back to the banner thing. Do we have someone that prints banners, or is that just something we go print on our own and bring to it, which I assume is the answer?
Yeah, normally the league or whoever wants their banner in will have a banner made, and then Western BCA will hang on to that banner and we'll put it up again next event.
Okay, because I'm just saying, way back when Western BCA had a printer that said, here, send us your stuff, we'll print banners for you. It was part of the part of Western BCA that offered the printing and all this stuff. Apparently that's not the case, and that's fine.
Kamitha, I think, I don't know if it's is it Michael or Mike Dominguez, Ox Billiards? I believe he has or has done some through, I don't know who he goes through, but he's done some. He did some for like, I think $50 or something like that at one point.
Okay, so any further questions, not waste time right here. Where do I direct any further questions on this subject? Is it to the who?
I'll reach out and find out if he's still available to do those banners, and I can get you that information too.
Yeah, please send it to me, Tammy. Let me know also, because I would like to pass that information to anybody that needs a banner created. Thank you. Thanks for bringing it up, Kamitha. I had no idea that there was a printer.
There's a link on the website. There's a link on the website specifically to the sponsorship page. So click on it, get in touch with us.
Yeah, that goes right to Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if Tammy or Suzanne was next. I think Suzanne. Suzanne.
It was me.
Oh, okay, Tammy.
Okay, so my question is on these sponsorships, are they allowed to put something on the official Western Facebook page?
Mucci's logo is on the Western BCA Facebook page, or on the website right now.
And on Facebook.
I think it was posted on the Facebook page too, that they are a sponsor.
And the business page posted it as well.
Well, my question is because, you know, are they allowed to advertise on the official Western Facebook page?
Yes.
If they are a sponsor.
Aaron, do you know? Aaron's face just popped up. Do you know what the each sponsorship level has a different thing that they can do? And I thought that one of them.
They all have different levels. There's certain ones that allow you to do
2 ads per year on our Western BCA page.
Okay, because my question is I recently have seen Rick posting a lot of stuff regarding buy his products on the Western Facebook page. And I want to know if he's a sponsor or if he is just an employee, because I know he's not a member of
He's a
Western.
vendor.
Does he have a vendor's booth?
Yes, he did. He did have a booth.
Okay, yeah, because that's just my thing is, I've seen him advertising for his shirts and stuff on our Facebook page. And I know he's not officially a member of Western BCA. He is an employee of Western BCA.
Diamond is a sponsor of Western BCA. They give us $1,000 an event.
Thank you, Ed. I'll add that to our thing, because I didn't, that should be on our list and I don't have it there. That Diamond is $1,000 sponsor. Sorry. Okay, great. And then anything else, Tammy, or am I moving on to Suzanne?
Move on.
It
to
looks like,
Suzanne.
or is Elaine up next?
So Suzanne had her hand raised and it went
Oh,
down
okay.
a while ago. So I just didn't want to put her back down at the bottom again. So Suzanne.
Thank you. I did receive the email, Ed. It said, "Good afternoon, Western BCA Sponsorship Committee would like you to talk to your home locations about being a Fun Day sponsor and getting your league banners hung in the pool room in Lincoln City. We would love to have all league banners hung in the room at our next event. Please see our sponsorship page." We already have a banner. We've already paid for the banner. We have them set up at every event. Are you saying that in order for our banner to be put up at every event, we have to pay $250? Is that what you're saying, Ed?
That's the way it's been.
It has never been that way. So
Realize
I
that.
will tell you,
We
no one
realize
has
that.
ever reached out to me and said, you owe us $250 each event to hang your banner. Once we had our banner made and it was submitted to Western BCA, it went into a room, got rolled up with the rest of the banners and got put up at every event.
Yes, several have that happen. That's happened.
So you're
on a
saying
few.
that has now changed and it is now we have to, as league operators, we have to give not 250 isn't that big of a deal, but the communication that we are being required to put up to pay $250 just to represent our league, which is giving you $15 per player, even though they're not coming to your event, to me is just absurd.
That's why we haven't said that it has to happen.
And you're scolding us because we didn't respond to the email, which specifically does not say anything about paying for it, does not say anything about, it just says, if you want your banner hung, get a hold of us. Reach out to your home locations. That's not communication, in my opinion. And not only that, but it's absurd that we are paying $6,000 and sending over maybe 50 to 80 players, and yet.
Point of order, can this be a discussion at some other time? Like, it's 2:30 and you're yelling at them for something that can be handled via email. Can we move forward, please?
It was we were scolded. I'm
I
responding
understand,
to a
but
scolding.
I completely understand, but be respectful of everybody else's time. Can this be done elsewhere?
You're absolutely, I'm
question.
respectful of everyone's time and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think when we took this over, I thought that they were Fun Day sponsors and that they paid every single time. I didn't realize that they weren't paid every time, because it's awesome that we get you pay one time and you get advertising over and over and over throughout the years. I know that that's how we've been posting them. Like if they're there, the people that set up, they put them all up because they have that list. But on the way that it's written, if you are a $250 Fun Day sponsor, it technically counts for that one event. It doesn't count for all of them. But maybe it's always been like that in the past and we're making a change that we unknowingly made like that. I don't know. But that is definitely something that we should talk about and maybe even vote on as a group. I don't know, but it can't be changed right this second anyways. So Elaine.
Yeah, I just want you and Ed and the rest of the committee to know that Johnny and I always talk to Chris at Patty's, and I asked him the other day, so he's thinking about it. He always thinks about it and never does it, but we did ask him. And Kamitha, your question about did we have a standard person? I think when Robin and Pam were organizing the podium, I think they did have a regular person, if my memory serves me correctly. But, you know, there's probably newer and cheaper places to go these days, you know what I mean, for banners. And as for having the leagues themselves pay for a banner, I'm not a fan of that myself. I'll just throw that out there. Bye.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, in reference of your earlier question about the advertisement on our Facebook page, our wording is ability to post an advertisement on our Facebook group once a month for 6 months. And that's if you're a $500, what we call an Evo table status sponsor or more. Thank you.
Thank you. And Johnny.
I'm, as Elaine said, I'm not a fan of that $250 either. Getting money from our sponsor, our one sponsor, and right now we only have a less than 50 players, is not going to be that easy. I mean, we have a tough time just getting them to, you know, take care of our awards banquet, which is very minor, you know. So I don't know. That's pretty steep in my opinion.
So has it been like that in the past? Are we asking for something? So my thought was that this was already a thing and we just kept putting them up the following year just because whoever was putting up tables, they saw the stack and they just started putting them up. I mean, I didn't realize I'm asking for something that's unrealistic or that wasn't already done in the past. So are you
I
guys
think I can
saying?
speak to it a little bit as the past sponsorship.
Yes, Mike.
Who created the committee. I would just like to say, you know, as the person who created this, I don't remember ever asking a league for $250 to put up their banners. What we were asking for was the leagues to ask their host locations to pay $250. Personally, I can understand Suzanne's frustration. It's, to me, it's the host location that we're asking for $250, not the league itself. But that's from what I intended when I created the sponsorship committee. I don't know what's happening now.
That is the way that it's been in the past. So I've never, I know as NPL or whatnot, I know Cindy and I donated to Queen of the Hill just to throw, you know, add some money to it for payouts. But other than that, there was never any sponsorship money demand or required to have the banner hung up. So go ahead, Kamitha.
Yeah, this is gonna be memory. So I've been a division manager since 2003, and then I'm under Bob Cook, and he pretty much left me alone. So I was a league operator, took over a league operator in 2011. I remember, you don't remember if we had to pay. I just remember at one point they said, you know what, let's showcase your leagues. Let's get, let's advertise your leagues, or let's put these banners up. And all these years I've been sitting here going, you know what type of terrible league operator we haven't even put our freaking banner up yet. And whether we had to pay for ourselves or not, but I don't ever remember us having it being called a sponsorship. No money involved. It was get that banner created, whether we paid for it or not, or you guys paid for it. It's obviously we would, but it was just leave the banners of Western BCA and they were put up. I never remember ever that turning into you are a sponsor, you must pay for it. And so if Nikki, so if that turns out to be the case, guaranteed I'm not going to do it. $250 or any amount. You know, when our players get paid out, you know, a pack of peanuts practically. It's not like that, but they're not going to, my league's not going to approve spending $250 out of their payouts to put a banner up. But I really wish I could have my banner up there like everyone else. Like, what's taking us so long to get the banner up like everyone else? Anyways, enough said. Thank you.
So was your banner not up last time? I wonder if it got lost somewhere, Camitha.
Oh, Nikki, I've never had a banner.
Because it should. Oh, okay. You just didn't have one yet.
No,
Okay.
no,
Because they should all be up. Yep.
That's because I think at that point, I don't know why we don't have a banner. We didn't have a logo. No, we've had a logo for 15, well, what, 11 years. No, how's Connor? 13 years we've had a banner. Excuse me, a logo, but we never had one printed. So no, it's not been up because I have not printed a banner.
Okay, can I call a vote for just membership to say, do we think that league operators should be able to advertise their league without paying the $250? Like, it automatically gives you one banner as a league operator. And then anybody that, if you're an outside business, that's when you'd have to pay to put a banner up to be able to advertise. Can we call for something like that? Is that, does everybody want to do that, or do they prefer, does everybody prefer that if you're
So
gonna put a banner up, you pay?
what it is that if the league operators had, if the leagues had a banner, the banners would get hung up on the wall in the big pool room. If they wanted to advertise more so with being on, say, Raw's live stream or Evo's live stream, or up on one of the big screens or whatever, and having their logo, their league logo on that, that would be where it would cost the more money. But those shouldn't be, the banners are one thing to advertise that those are the leagues that are playing in the tournaments, whereas if they wanted to go farther and advertise on the live stream and all that kind of stuff is when it would cost the money. That's how I would think that it should work.
Okay, so
Spot
right
on what
now,
she said.
okay, so right now their banner goes up if they're a league operator, but if they want to be on the Fun Day flyer and if they want to be on any of the online stuff, then that's when they pay. Correct?
Yes.
Am I understanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hey, I appreciate your guys' feedback, because that we're definitely not trying to be making people unhappy. We're just trying to make how much, and we're not trying to gouge anybody either. We want this to be a fun event. Mike. I see your hands up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to speak. Let me speak earlier because I created the thing. So I said what I had to say. I'm so sorry. I'm
No,
old.
you're okay. Anyone else, or are we moving on to policies and procedures?
Is it a committee? Do you think, does anyone need a break? I mean, Nikki, we know what's going to come up. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Tammy, are you okay with that? It's all you.
Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking of a break too, but I'd like to try to get through the policies and procedures committees and bylaws committees if we can do that quickly, and then have a break before getting into the other part. Or do we need one now?
We're still in committee reports.
Well, let's see, policies and procedures and the bylaws committee. Bill, is that pretty much you?
That'd be me. And it's all one committee. There's no bylaws and policies and procedures. There's all one committee, but I'm going to call it bylaws committee from now on to shorten it. And hopefully I can shorten this speech that I'm about to give. Okay. First of all, Stephanie Crystal, you are on the bylaws committee. I have to say this, I got hacked, and I lost my computer and I lost my phone. I lost my credit card, and I've had to get new stuff. So I've been really negligent in getting stuff done for the bylaws and for the policies and procedures. I did bring policies and procedures to the membership several times and nothing got approved, and I'm not even sure if they need to be approved by the membership. We'll have to talk about that. Going forward with the bylaws, okay? Tammy has authorized myself, Lawrence, and Sam Rabito to go to the lawyer and talk to the lawyer about the legalities of the bylaws we are proposing, okay? And that's something we want to do. I'm trying to recreate, I don't even have all of the members of the bylaws committee. I don't have a contact information for them. I don't have some of the files that were after I met with the lawyer before. We approved about half of the bylaws that for legality, and that's that we want to go and bring the last half to the lawyer to see what's legal. Now, there's going to be some questions about what do we want in the bylaws. And so I really want to make up some options so that people will know and be able to vote on what they want to see in the bylaws. I think that we would like to get the bylaws done at the annual meeting. Okay. Before that meeting, at some point, I think we're going to have the committee get together and figure out what we think is best. And then I think we're going to have a Zoom meeting and get everything ironed out about the bylaws at a Zoom meeting. And then when we go to the annual meeting, people will know what they're voting on, and they can vote yes or no on certain options, and we can get it done very quickly. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing for the bylaws committee in the future. If anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask.
Shirley, up first.
Bill,
Shirley?
Bill, I may have
Yes.
copies of bylaws that were the last copy. So if you need anything, check back with me from editing them.
Yes. And I understand that some people think that we should have footnotes in our bylaws so that we know when these bylaws came into being, when these new things that are in the bylaw. So maybe that's something we need to work on also. But if you could send me those files, I'd appreciate it.
I think I dated every time I edited it. I'll have to double check on that.
Perfect.
Alrighty.
Okay, Mike.
Thanks, Shirley.
Did you call me? Is that correct, Bill?
Yes.
I've read those before, and one of my frustrations is it doesn't seem to be noted what it said before and what it says after. It makes it really difficult to decide if you like it or don't like it when it's not highlighted what it used to say versus what it says now. I hope that makes sense.
Yes. Cam?
I'm going to echo what he said. I also said it in the last meeting because I just read it in the meeting notes. Please, in any committee, if you're going to change something, it should not be my responsibility to go pull up something that's old and try to compare it. So please, and Bill, I can help you with the word, the documentation, the data entry of a before and after. That is the best way for me to judge it. Otherwise, I think that things could be perceived as sneaking in and making things change. That's not transparent. So please take that tip. If you're going to present changes, just like Mike said, a before and after would be so helpful and help with transparency. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Lawrence?
All the copies of the bylaws and everything, the lawyer had gone through the entire document from top to bottom and put comments on it. All that is still on Google Documents. And at the bottom of it, where it talks about amendment of bylaws and articles, she had made a note on here where it talks about whenever an amendment or new bylaws is adopted, it shall be copied into the minutes book with the original bylaws in the appropriate place. If any bylaw is repealed, the fact of the repeal and date on which the repeal occurred shall be stated in such book and place. She made a note on there about that and said, I would just remove this section. Most organizations just save copies of each adopted version. Usually it's just electronic. So she's saying on there that we don't have to put every time we change the bylaws, we can just keep copies of it. That's it.
I have one little problem, and you probably can help me with this. And I sent you an email the other day about it. I cannot get on Google Docs right now because it doesn't recognize my new computer. Simple as that.
All right. I'll get you back.
Get me a new authorization to go in on Google Docs.
I'll do it.
Sam?
Okay. I believe it's in the bylaws that we're required to put the old wording with the new wording. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure we have to do that. And if we are gonna put any bylaws changes, if I could make some suggestions to the bylaws chair, we do it in chunks, sections, even, and spoonfuls might be a little bit easier to get done than the entire bylaws all at once. And we send them out way early so we can get some feedback. I'm sure Julie can forward anything by the entire voting membership and get some feedback from it and review. So hopefully, like usually what happens in congressional houses is when you show up, it's just it's everybody knows how they're going to vote. So it's just it's a procedure at that point. You've already gone through the motions and the arguments and the discussions. That would be wonderful. Or just not make it at the annual event because there's so many other things to go on. But you're the chair, Bill.
I'm not proposing having a long time to spend on that, voting on that at the annual meeting. There's enough things at the annual meeting that need to get done. Last year was a tragedy. We didn't get anything done. We didn't even get people voted on. No committees were reaffirmed or anything like that. So those things need to be done. But if we can have all of the bylaws figured out beforehand and all of the people, and if you have a good idea there about sending out the proposed bylaw changes to the membership, that would be wonderful. But I really do think that we could use a Zoom meeting and let everybody air out what their problems are with the new bylaws or proposed new bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
And we can work on it from there.
One of the big things that we haven't talked about is since we're going from written minutes to a digital situation, I don't even know where the minutes are stored. I haven't cared about the minutes because Julie pointed out that they're all recordings. You want to go back? It's all live. It's all 100% taken care of. Well, how do we put that in the bylaws that the secretary is no longer required to present minutes or write them? How are we confirming that all of these minutes are saved and stored? Anyway, this stuff has to be gone over in the bylaws as well. So I'm sure Julie's just chomping at the bit to not have to write anything about minutes.
Bring that to the meeting that you and Lawrence and I will have, and we'll make sure that the lawyer looks at that and says how we do that.
And
okay.
Stephanie too.
Elaine.
I liked her input was really good. I'm done.
Okay, Julie can correct me, but thanks for bringing that up, Sam, because Julie, I think that you are posting these recordings so that, you know, people can go back. A comment, Lawrence, you made about not having to put the amendment dates out there and record them in the minutes. Well, if we're doing the minutes with recordings, how are we going to find them and which recording is it in?
So that was in reference to the bylaw changes only, not for minutes per meeting.
No, I know, but when we make changes to the bylaws, like if I go to our new website or our updated website, I'm a new person and I go, oh, check out our bylaws and our policy and procedures online. If we don't have a record of what was recently changed, you know, I just think maybe we could just keep a short little log, maybe even an Excel spreadsheet that says, hey, section 2, paragraph 3 was changed on whatever. Here's the change. So that people know versus having to go through a recording, since recordings are now our minutes, except for the short ones that Julie puts out there. Anyway, just throwing that out there for people who will probably want to check.
Early.
Me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes, I am still I'm putting out minutes. The thing is now they're actual minutes and not transcripts. What I've been doing all along was transcripts of our meetings, but now that we have them on recording, as you guys have seen on the minutes, I put timestamps for each discussion. So if there's something you want to go back and listen to, you don't have to listen to the whole thing. Although, God, it's so much fun. They are all supposed to be on our website. I can't do that. So I don't know if Tammy is trying to get that done with our IT guy. I know that they're not up to date. I don't understand why, because Nikki gets us the recording pretty darn quickly. So they should all be available on the website. If someone needs it and it's not available on the website, please let me know, because I have them all on my computer. I just don't know. I don't have access to put them on the website. That's it.
Deepak will figure that out. Nikki?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I'm pretty sure that Julie keeps like a summary of the minutes. I've been recording them, and then I also record the transcripts. So if you want to go back and just skim through and find it, you can find any part of the conversation you want. I have to wait till tomorrow before it gets downloaded for me to download it. If I try to download it right when the meeting's over, it won't let me because it's backing up someplace. And it doesn't give me access immediately, but by tomorrow I'll have it downloaded and I email it to the board, and I also email it to the president. So I'm assuming at that point we're giving it to Jonathan. We do pay Jonathan $800 a month that he's supposed to be making these changes. And I might be wrong. It might be $850, but something like that.
$750.
$750.
But
Okay.
I will be having him in Lincoln City, and I'm gonna actually have him and Deepak meet together face to face to kind of go over some stuff as well.
That would really be fantastic. I have worked a little bit with Deepak on my stuff, so I'm sure that him and Jonathan getting to talk could be really a power hit. He's done quite an amazing job with the stuff that I'm working with my personal business with. Thank you.
Cam.
Say Cam? Yes. Oh, me?
That's you.
All right, so I didn't, so anyways. So did I hear that we pay someone $750 a month to manage our website?
Yes.
Okay, so then my next question is, when we find mistakes on the website, it may not be a website thing, it may be the person that's feeding the data to the website person. So my question is, where do we report mistakes or things that need changed that we see on the website?
If you can send it to me, let me know. I have access to it. I have updated and changed some things that I can. I don't know all the techie stuff to do that. So some of it is I've sent on to Jonathan to get him to do that. And so forth. But yeah.
And is the management of the website administrator, who's in control of that? Is that president? So Tammy, are you in control of who the website administrator is and what content he puts on the website?
For the most part, if it's something that is like the board minutes, they can send that directly to him. I know I have sent it on to him for the regular membership meeting minutes and so forth and all that. We're also working on, Suzanne's also working on some of the other stuff that we need updated, because we need like memory lane updated. We need the Hall of Fame updated, but that's just a matter of getting all that information put together to then get it on there. And moving forward, I think those are some of the things that we'll get Deepak to help with us as well. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nancy.
Hi. I wanted to just comment on the website, because I found it's quite out of date and really not it's not a place where a member can go and find the information they should be able to find. And I find it very difficult and confusing because then you have the Facebook page that has some things, but not all things. And then you have your Western BCA website, and that's totally out of date constantly. And that's just my comment. And I could, being a techie, I could help if anybody needs that help. And that's all I got to say.
And Nancy, I do know that it's not the best user friendly, and that's one of the things that I have complained about too as well, that it's not easy to find some stuff. So that's one of the other things that's on kind of the list of trying to get it updated and getting it more user friendly, easier to find stuff. We want to get policies and procedures on there, all that kind of, all that stuff.
That's what we're working on. Elaine?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. John right now may be able to help us get stuff on the website fast if we need it, but we're really paying him to do like back end tech stuff, are we not? He's not getting $750 to do web updates, is he?
Yes, he is, Elaine. Yes.
Well, no, Elaine, you are correct, because it's the database side of it that he has worked on as well, getting the registration and everything ready for Lincoln City, to have that ready and available for us. All the stuff that's not on the website, it's the stuff that it's the database side of it that he has built is also part of it.
Yeah, I thought he was like the tech
Yes.
data guy, and we were looking for someone to, at least my conversations with him, that's what it's about. I think maybe
Yes.
he would think updating a document on the website might be a little below his skill level, but having had conversations with him. But anyway, I was just checking.
And it is, and if it's something that I can do easy enough, I have done it there in WordPress and been able to, like, I added the flyers or changed a flyer and stuff like that. But I updated the sanctioning information on certain leagues of the sanctioning forms that came through. So stuff like that I can do, but other stuff is, you know, more his, I don't want to mess anything up, so.
Next is Camitha.
Yeah, I think the message that Elaine just kind of uncovered is very important. The $750 is not just to do website updates, that there's a lot more scope around those expenses, and that's very important to note. And I would like to talk sometime about some of the technology behind the scenes that those funds are covering. Thank you.
No more questions? If not, we can take a break.
Okay, yes, that would be great. So we've finished, we're up to unfinished business finally. So shall we take a 10-minute
is
break?
that all the committees?
Yes.
Is there a payout committee report?
Probably not. No, I don't know. Camitha, you want to say something?
No. Oh, I answered your question. There's not really a payouts committee. It's a payouts calculations committee, which is me. Is there a payout committee? Those are the people that hands the payouts at the tournament, which is administrative.
And
same thing. Payout calculations is administrative.
It's been payouts to area, or, you know, it's not necessarily I don't know. Sometimes people have called it committees and sometimes it's not. It's not something that has ever been, I don't really consider it a committee because it's something that she does all the time. She doesn't have to be reselected as a chair or anything like that. Right?
There was a payout calculations committee
admin.
formed. I have meeting notes back when I went up to Vancouver, and I think it was 2010, 9, 8, something like that. So a long time ago.
Long time.
It's been a long time. So, and then so we had committees, people never contributed. They would just give information of like, looks good, Cam, looks good, Cam. And so then it has just evolved. I could, no, there is no committee. Will I say it's evolved? No. Dissolved? No. But the people that work on payouts is myself, Arlen, president and vice president, and Darren. So there is no committee report. If you want to know what I'm doing, I don't have to waste everyone's time. I'm sitting here waiting for I'm sitting here waiting for everyone to get entered in the tournament so I can get numbers and I can work on
The
them
final
day
numbers,
in and
yeah.
day out. Yep, day in and day out. There are things that I need to get from Tammy, which is the amount of added money to the tournament. I already know that I have the information I need regarding the new the breakdown of entry fee. So I'm just waiting on the final numbers. I'm going to have to get a hold of I forget her name, the person that was going to help do the big poster, but I have a feeling we're just going to do the same thing again with Excel. So just need to get all the players lined up. So we're in standby waiting for numbers.
And just
That's
to give
it.
you a heads up on that, Kamitha, is Nicole was already starting to kind of work on something, and we talked about maybe putting just like the Excel sheet in the center of like a border or whatever or just like the picture on the border with the border.
Which is exactly what, well, we'll just talk later.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I don't need
that's,
to have
yeah.
this stuff.
Two
So
people- Two people have their
Done
hands
a
up. Can you
great
go for it real
job,
fast?
Cam.
thank you.
You want to do the two people's hands up before we go to our break and then start off with unfinished business next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Julie and Mike D, and then it's break time.
So I'm just wondering, because I'm confused. I know there's background stuff being done. I don't know. I know that our database is woefully not done. So what exactly are we paying $750 a month for? Because I know I have sent, I don't know, at least 5 emails with updates to the website that aren't getting done. Our player reps haven't been updated since October. So what are we paying for?
I don't know all the techie sides of it or whatever. I'll send the agreement as far as what that is, if that's what you'd like, Julie.
So we have that. We'd like to know what he's been doing.
Yeah, like what is he actually doing?
Stuff that's on the backside that I can't see or that I do. He got the fun day part going and up, and I'm still waiting for access to the up to date, but is that, I don't know. Might be.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I previously was on the payout committee. We did really important work when it came to stratification. At the time, there was $8 being added for each grandmaster and $1 added for the lower players. It was horrible. And we helped change that, which was very important work. We also recommended to the president how much of the Western BCA money should be added to each tournament based on how much we had on the bank. I'm very disappointed to hear that there's no payout committee anymore. That's it.
All right, that's
Break.
all the people's hands up. So are we good for a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Thank you.
Break time. That is just sports. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, we're coming up on 10 minutes. Is that how long of a break you wanted, Tammy? Is 10, or how long do you want to have a break for?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm here.
Okay, 1 minute and then it's at 10. You guys want, come on back, everybody. Thanks for not bringing us to the bathroom. I didn't notice any bathroom pics in here.
You know, that part is not specifically written in the bylaws that we can't bring a meeting to the bathroom, so.
No, you're right. I've seen bathrooms and bathtubs.
We're not putting it in.
No,
Yeah.
no potty humor.
Congratulations, Nikki. Thank you so much for your work on the sponsorship committee. There was zero intent to take the sales out of the committee report and everything. It was not my intention at all. So I really apologize to you for if that was a thought. No, not in the slightest. The tournament regs, as you know, I'm a certified national referee. Got to play it by the rules, and I know that tournament reg is the referees are going to have to be told that we're not using that regulation. Somebody's going to have to tell Dwayne we're not using that because it's not being covered at this meeting.
The 9-ball event, he was told we weren't doing something, but they changed it mid-tournament and confused everybody.
Okay, I was having a conversation with Nikki.
Well, I
Relay that
appreciate
information
it.
to Dwayne, Sam. That's what the tournament committee did.
Oh, I didn't know that. What did the tournament?
What rule
I
is that?
apologize. That comment was rude. I didn't. Obviously, there's
What
like
rude-
90 people
what-
that can hear. I'm sorry, Mike D. What did you say about the tournament committee? What was the information?
That's what the tournament
You're cutting out.
to pass that information on to Dwayne so that the referees knew that.
Knew
Did you
what?
hear me?
No, you cut out.
Knew
Mike.
that
Can
we
you say
were
that
not.
again?
The tournament committee asked Dave Chavez to pass on to Dwayne that we were by rules for those things, that we were keeping the rules as is. That's one of.
Okay.
We have no power, but we're still trying to do something constructive. Dave Chavez could probably speak to that better than me. And maybe now's not the time to deal with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you,
The
Sam. I
tournament
appreciate it.
directors and the tournament referees will have a meeting before the tournament, and they should all be on the same page.
Correct.
How do us players get on the same page? If I walk into that tournament, and this is something, Sam, you and I can't get on the same page with, quote unquote, how do I show up at that tournament and know what rules I'm playing with? Can I pull up the BCA rules directly off CSA website? Those are our rules of play. If there are any tournament rules, how do I know as a player what they are? And I don't expect an answer right now because that's a different discussion, but that's struggling with Scotch doubles, singles, and whatnot. I want to know. There used to be a flyer, a 3-4 page flyer, and I flip through it when I go to a tournament. So if there's tournament rules, I hope that they're published somewhere, because otherwise I'm going to show up and I'm going to go off of, rule book, and I don't know the tournament rules.
You're 100% correct, Camitha, and that's why I have all the revisions and suggestions from the board, and I'm going to get them published and put out so that we have them all.
Beautiful. And then Nikki, when it comes to sponsorship, I think it's so cool how you said, we'll take that sponsorship money, we'll pay for the expenses, or there's a primary expense that is going to go towards. Anything else goes to payouts, if possible. I would like to consider, and Tammy, I think we should consider, and the payouts poster, maybe we put those sponsors logos or something on that payouts poster, because I've never done that. So if I'm a sponsor and I put, I'm making never $1,000, and part of that $1,000 gets to go to payouts, I would think that maybe their logo should be on the payouts poster. So that
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So if you can just take that, and we can sideline that and think about that moving forward in the next couple of weeks of, do we need to put there? And maybe that's something that, what was her name? Nicole, I'm not sure. anyways, that's the point I wanted to make. Just comment.
Yes, Nicole, and yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah, cool. All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy, do you want to do league policies committee as well, since we didn't do that?
Say that again.
Do you want to do the
The-
league policies committee as well, since we didn't cover that one yet?
I don't see it on the agenda.
It's
a
on the
committee
unfinished
report, right?
business, the,
Okay,
is
we can
that
skip
where
it.
the
It's not
discussion,
really-
is that where the discussion is? Number 3, unfinished?
No,
Is that what you're
that's
talking about?
just a committee report. So if we're not gonna
Committee
do
report.
committee
It
reports,
should
that's
be a
fine.
committee report. It should be, it should have been on the agenda, committee report.
Okay. Then I missed that. Then I guess, do we need to do that? Do you need to do that? Lawrence, if you need to, go ahead.
Real quick, then I'll make it quick. Thanks to Johnny Landis, she's a superstar, as well as Carly Watrous, getting through all the wording and stuff for the league policies. That document's been sent out now 3 times. I sent an email out to all the league operators and got a response from about 4 of them. And thank you to them who gave me their responses. Because that's what was asked of me last time at the last meeting. So those are all out. New documents published. Rob Cameron gave me some input this last week, but the document's already been submitted, so I can't make those changes. So that's it. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Okay, thanks, Lawrence. So can we go ahead and, oh, Johnny Landis, go ahead.
Sorry, at the last second. If anybody has any updates on their league areas or who is in charge of the league, or maybe by assistants or anything like that, that need to be changed on the maps, if they could contact me, that'd be great, because then I can make the changes and could change the maps for them.
Rose just gave me one today, so I'll send that to you. Text.
Okay, so we can go ahead and get started with unfinished business. For the first one is discussion on location for annual in-person meeting choices for the annual meeting coming up on May 4th, Sunday, May 4th. So I started going to a couple, I reached out to several different casinos. And I'll just kind of give you a rundown of what information that I found out, and did. So on the locations that I tried Snoqualmie Casino. They're still under construction, not a chance. They don't have anything available. Northern Quest Casino in Spokane, they don't have anything. They're already booked that day. Illinois, I reached out to and sent them an email and didn't hear anything back. I reached out to Seven Feathers, just trying to go, and I was trying to go to all different places, you know, kind of in a range, but anyway, Seven Feathers, Canyonville, Oregon. They could do it, but it's $600 for the meeting space. Plus you're gonna pay for all the little like microphones and all that kind of stuff added on top of it. And they do have the $110 for rooms. Spokane Tribe Casino in Spokane was $2,300 for the room rental. Spirit Mountain was right around $900 for the rental of the room. Pendleton Wild Horse, they will do the same as we did last time, which was $250. I didn't ask about rooms though yet. So those are some of the options. If somebody else has a different option or an idea or a contact, we can do that. But let me know of what anybody's questions are. Go ahead, Nikki.
So if we can, I can have about 50 in my location, and it's in Vancouver. It's pretty centrally located for our whole entire group. And that if you can't find a place that wants to host it, I would be willing to do it in Vancouver, Washington for free. So just to throw it out there, I know that we don't want to do it in that same place every single time, but since everywhere you're looking is pretty expensive, it could be a cheap option that a lot of people can come to centrally. That's it.
Thank you, Nikki. Julie?
I'm just wondering why only casinos. Like originally we would have meetings like a lot of pizza places have party rooms. Like when we used to have them in Vancouver, there was a pizza place. It's not here anymore, but now Vancouver has Nikki. But a lot of places have pizza places where you can rent a party room. You know, you just buy the pizza. Why are you only looking at casinos? Didn't we decide that for meetings for the elections, they would be in-person meetings, they would be live streamed, but you couldn't vote unless you were in person. And we weren't going to do the dual Zoom and in person. That's what I thought we had all decided.
Correct. However, we still need to be able to kind of hear them, and you still have some of the people on Zoom. They may not be voting, obviously, but you would still have questions, that kind of stuff.
Okay, I was under the impression that it was going to be like we used to do it, where they were only live streamed, not interactive, just live streamed. And if you wanted to participate, they were in-person meetings.
Yeah, but I think because everybody's so used to Zoom at this point that I think you have to have that still too for some.
Okay, maybe that's something we need to vote on. I thought we'd already decided that. I guess I misunderstood that.
And second, that I think that we should actually have a vote and not just leave it up in the air.
Okay, Tammy?
I agree that we need to have a location that it can stream it. Now, whether we choose to have interaction or not, but Nikki, I appreciate your offer, but we had over 100 people at the last general meeting. So I think that your place would be a little too small, especially if it's going to be only for in-person voting.
Okay, we have 55 in here right now.
Go ahead, Bill.
Did you check with Chinook Winds at all?
I don't know. Well, we have a place in Vancouver.
No, I didn't, but
Oh.
I did reach out to Spirit Mountain, but they were also more expensive as well.
I think the Wild Horses is more central than probably any place in the whole association. I live a long ways from, but it's the same difference to going to Wild Horses as it is to Chinook Winds. So it's going to be a long ways from me anyway. The only option is to maybe move it around. But I think looking at Snoqualmie, that's a little bit north of where we want to be. Elani, I've dealt with them before. They don't want to have anything to do with pool players. I hate to say that, but and it's too bad because they're in a great location. But and I wasn't welcome there when I went there to look at their room. But anyway, I think that we ought to. Julie had a good idea. Maybe some smaller venues might be available, and maybe at a cheaper cost. We do have to realize that a lot of people are going to have to spend the night. It's a long ways to travel. So, you know, maybe checking where there's rooms available close near the location. I think that's a good idea. I'm done.
Thank you, Bill. Nikki?
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Oh.
last time we did it where it was streaming and people could talk back and forth and stuff, it was a complete and utter disaster. And people were really nasty and rude to me. And then I really didn't have any say on what kind of equipment. Darren put all the equipment together and rented stuff. And then I was the face of presenting, and the camera wasn't going in the right direction, and people were really rude and nasty to me. So I have no interest in doing the live stream at all. So I will happily go to Idaho or Seattle or Canada, or I don't really care. I don't mind road trips, but I don't like the abuse that I get for not having the right system in place. So I will step out. Somebody else can run the streaming part.
Well, and that was that was more of the reason as far as casinos go, because a lot of times they have all that equipment and that stuff.
It was still a mess.
But
It took all of us, every little brain power we had to make that work, which was fine. And you know, you're trying to figure it out and make it all work. And then there's people that don't take the time to drive there, but they spend all their energy being nasty in the chat. And so I am not gonna run it. So if you want to find somebody else that wants to be the circus clown, feel free to do that.
Thank you, Elaine.
Yeah, a couple points. First thing, Nikki, are you speaking of the annual meeting or the one at
Yes.
was it Jammers?
The annual meeting. I don't mind running these where everybody is in one thing, but when you're trying to do a class, like an audience and online at the same time, there's a twist of, it's hard to get it all right, and you have to have the microphones correct, and I don't have it all set up. Darren, I thought I did. I had somebody to help me, and Darren said, no, he wanted to do it. We paid money to rent stuff, but when it came down to it, Darren didn't practice using any of the things. None of it worked. I was the face of the clown show, and I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, I get that.
You're talking about the Salem meeting, that wasn't the annual meeting. That was
Oh, sorry. When they're in person and on Zoom at the same time, I don't want to be a part of that. I will drive wherever you need me to go. I am happy to be part of it. I'm happy to do these ones, but not when there's two together.
I agree. Hybrids are ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought you were speaking about the one that was in the bar. I don't remember, but okay.
Yeah, that one for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And my second point and question is, why do we still insist that one must be present to vote? The application that John developed works. Most people are going to go. This is 2025. We're getting on top of all the other technology, but for some reason, this is a big issue that one must be physically present in the room to voice their opinion. I mean, like y'all know, my mom's not doing well. I put a lot of time into this organization. Why shouldn't I be able to vote if I can't make it to the meeting when there is an application to do it? We paid John to do it. A number of us worked on it for quite a while. So it seems to me if there are problems with it, we still have time for John to fix it. But it seemed to work.
It does not work. Elaine, it doesn't work.
What's wrong with it?
If you
It
go to the
absolutely didn't work. That's why we couldn't get at-large positions filled. We couldn't get board positions filled.
Okay, so that was a year ago. We have a year. We're going on another year. If we're paying $750 a month, why wasn't he assigned to work on that? I mean, I don't know. I just think this is not good. That's just my opinion. You know how I feel. But in today's world, it's easily doable.
We agree, Elaine, with you completely. But right now, Jonathan hasn't even updated the website barely. So he hasn't got to that either, to be quite honest with you. And right now, if I go to the meeting, I can vote online and vote in person. And that is what we don't want. And so we did pay a bunch of money to have this done, but it has not gotten done correctly. And that's why we are where we are right now.
There's a way to prevent that, I'm sure, the double voting. It just needs to be investigated.
By who? That's a good point, but who needs to be the one to do that?
Well, someone needs to work with the IT people. We used to do that. We did this all the time at my job. We were in the IT department. This is crazy that people feel this can't work. That was our first time doing it. I understand there may have been issues, but I do think it can happen, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm cool.
But you brought this to the membership. You were the one that wanted it. And then you weren't able to work on the committee. It was in committee for a year. Nothing got done. Then it was given to Jonathan. It is not correct. And we talked about this at recent meetings about, or 2 or 3 meetings ago, about not doing that again, because it was a nightmare trying to have people voting on Zoom and voting in person. That's why we couldn't fill positions, and we had to keep pushing the elections out to another meeting and another meeting and another meeting, and then nothing else gets done.
Well, I think you're incorrect, Julie, because Sam and I actually did do work during that time period. And there's documentation to prove that. Maybe it didn't function right that day, but it can be worked out. I don't appreciate, well, I brought it up. Yeah, I'm still talking about it because it should be happening. It's just very frustrating. You know, we're moving along in other technology, but we just can't let go of this one thing. You know, everybody's going to want to go to the meeting. There may be circumstances where people have absolutely the right to vote and cannot be there. There's something wrong that cannot happen. Okay, that's okay. I'm done.
Thank you, Elaine. Aaron?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend the Muckleshoot Casino in Auburn. They just finished a brand new hotel there. They have a big event center with all kinds of technology. They hold UFC fights and all kinds of stuff, and they split it up. So if somebody could look into that and see with pricing, see if that's reasonable. I think it's a great middle location in Washington. Maybe it's something we can use, and they are okay with pool players.
Do you got a contact there?
I know a couple tribal members that have been talking. The Muckleshoots are going to be putting on their own pool tournaments here shortly. I know a few tribal members through pool and softball, and they've been talking about it quite a bit lately. So they're saying within the next year, there's going to be a big pool event at the Muckleshoot Casino.
Can you call them? It's going to be May 4th is the event day. Could you call and kind of feel out who the person would be that we contact, or see if you can hook?
Yeah, for sure. I can get that info.
Thank you.
I can call him too, Aaron. I can call him tomorrow, and see what.
Yeah, I'm sure I can look up online pricing and stuff like that, but I could probably get a direct number to somebody, a little more important.
Yeah, so if you let me know, and then I can reach out to him too.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Julie.
You guys skip her. She gone. Oh, she's back.
No.
I already said what I had to say.
Okay, Johnny.
For those of us who live a big distance away from where you guys want to hold these, it's really, really, really not fair for you to eliminate us from voting. You know, I know Elaine said exactly the same thing. It's not fair. It's like, okay, only the West Side gets to vote, because that's going to be the majority of the people that are there. And that is completely wrong.
Oh, and I understand, Johnny. Suzanne?
I have one more thing to say, Suzanne, I'm sorry. You know, most of you know what I'm going through and what Elaine's going through right now. My husband had a stroke when we were down in Pendleton. I didn't get to attend the meeting there because of it. And he's still struggling. And for you to say, okay, we're not going to allow anybody to vote online, that is completely not right. I am sorry, I'm mad about this. And somebody needs to make a decision, because this is just completely wrong. We have certain circumstances that come up. A lot of people do. And for you to just make it a blatant, no, you can't vote if you're not there. That's wrong.
Okay. And I know this is going out there, but every organization I've ever been a part of has had proxy voting, meaning that if they cannot be there in person, they sign over their vote to someone who is there in person. Is there any reason why we can't do that or shouldn't do that? Julie?
In the bylaws.
What bylaws? Does it say in the bylaws we have to be in person?
It does say it in the
No.
bylaws, but my reasoning is very different. There has been at least 6 times that I've come to a meeting with the agenda and thought, this is how I'm voting for this. I'm voting on A, I'm going to say no, and on B, I'm going to say yes. And then we come to the meeting and there's a discussion of all these great minds and everybody brings up all the different thoughts. And there have been so many times that I then went, oh, you know, I'm changing that vote because I didn't think about all of the things that are affected or might be. So it's a real problem to have someone vote before the meeting or the discussion or anything happens and then saying, oh, damn, had I heard all the discussion, I wouldn't have voted that way.
But proxy voting means that you still can be in contact with that individual. So I could be texting Elaine, even though she proxied me to make the vote in her name. I could be texting her.
How about we move this to the bylaws committee, because this is off topic, please. Sorry. Locations. We're talking about locations. I understand this is kind of tied to it, but locations.
And the whole point of the locations for Johnny's thought is when we discussed this, it was about moving them around every year to a different location. So nobody from one area had to travel over and over and over again to make it as fair as possible.
I don't have a problem with traveling. I'm going to come the farthest. So I'm going to come the farthest. It doesn't matter if it's in Pendleton, if it is in Rogue Valley, wherever. We're going to be there. So, and I get it. There are extenuating circumstances. Those should be exceptions, and they should be treated like exceptions, meaning we should allow for exceptions, but it just needs to be figured out rather than chaos.
It would require a bylaw change as well, just to put out there.
Could it be an amendment that is quick and easy?
Well, bylaw change, I think, has to be on the agenda.
I can see your cell phone, Dave.
Nikki.
Oh, so there's a lot of places like the Elks Club and stuff like that. Does anybody belong to an Elks Club that we could contact? And by the way, Elaine, Johnny, I love what you guys do. I love you want to be part of this. I want to learn how to do it so I can help everybody, and I don't mind being the one to host it, but I feel like I got pushed out on a cliff where I don't know what I'm doing. I have no time to prep.
You're the same boat as we are. You got volunteers.
So it was definitely not an attack on you guys whatsoever. I want everybody to be able to vote. I just don't want 4 hours of abuse on chat from people that don't help at all, except for act like trolls on chat. And I don't want the abuse of it. And I do know that the voting system is broken. And really, yes, it would be nice if Jonathan was here because he should be doing those things and he should be updating the website instead of Tammy doing it. And we just pay Jonathan for Tammy to do all the work, to be really quite frank, is what I believe is happening. And if you want to change my mind, Tammy, have Jonathan give us a report every month of the things he does, because I don't think he's doing anything and we're paying him.
Okay, well, I know that he is doing some stuff. He might not be doing as much as he should be right at the moment, but that is getting, we're trying to get through this tournament to then move forward with all that. So,
It needs to be done right
anyways,
away.
but
Because
well,
Elaine and
well, I
John
can
bring
only
up a
do
great
is I can only do so much without us losing everything. So that's what I'm trying to save and protect from stuff that has already been done, that has already been paid for. So anyways, Julie.
I'm done.
Lawrence.
Autumn made a call to Little Creek Casino in Olympia. I know it's too far away. I get that. Also, the American Legion in Oak Harbor, Washington will host anybody for free if you want to do it here. If you're on the east side of everybody, so Idaho, Spokane, that area, Eastern Oregon, find a suggestion where we can hold the meeting over there and we will go over there. But that's the thing, is we need places to go. So there, that's my 2 cents.
Who did you say in Olympia?
Little Creek Casino. Autumn called them and left a message. They'll call her back tomorrow, probably.
Okay. I mean, that's, well, it's a long ways, and I don't know, do you think they would have the equipment? Are they big enough to have the equipment?
Who, Little Creek?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's big enough for sure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mike D.
I just want to assure Johnny Landis that we all 100% agree with her. The problem is we tried remote voting before, it didn't work, and nothing has changed since then. If we could quickly make a change that would make remote voting feasible, we all 100% agree with you, Johnny. I just hope that you know that. And I'm done.
Thanks, Mike. And I'm just going to throw out there that it gives me an idea that I will talk to Jonathan. I will also talk to Deepak and see if maybe Deepak even has another solution or something else of a way to do that. So I'll work on some of that part. Elaine.
Yeah, Sam and I did put a document together. We wrote a block about amending the bylaws. It was presented at a meeting, and then I think something else came up at another meeting. Proxy, though, Suzanne, was not one of the options that we wrote into our considered changes at the time. I'm curious who Deepak is.
Deepak is a
Bill, you want to introduce him?
Buck is a division manager for me. He's very, very good with IT, and he would really like to work on our website and make it a better place. And he's part of our association. He's a player rep, and I think he would do a great job.
So is he a web developer, or is he?
He has websites. He makes websites.
Okay, so he's a
been
web
in the
developer and not like a programmer, possibly. I'm just curious, like what his credentials are, you know.
He's got a lot of credentials. He's worked in the IT industry for a long time. He worked in Omaha for a long time. He's now living in Victoria. He has his own website. He creates websites for people, and he's very knowledgeable on IT stuff.
Okay, so it sounds like he's more in the web realm. As a reference to John, you know,
He
John's
does.
John's probably
and you're
doing
right,
some
Elaine.
agile development, and so like you assign a developer tasks and then they do it in blocks and then they report just as people are suggesting. I figured this task out. Here's where I am. Now I'm moving on to the next thing. I see nothing wrong with holding John accountable to his task and reporting on it. You know, I mean, I've been around a lot of IT guys. The guy's killer. You know, I don't think he'd make it in an office environment at all, but he definitely knows his stuff, you know, but we should be holding him accountable for all of his tasks, and totally agree. This is what I did in July for my $750 a month, and outline everything he did.
Yeah, and Jonathan does do more of the background stuff with the databases and building programs and everything, whereas Deepak is more on the front face of the website kind of stuff.
Do the IT guys know that it's 4 p.m.?
Do what, Mike?
Do the IT guys know that it's 4 p.m. right now?
I don't know.
We have an hour left, you guys.
Okay.
Can I second what Elaine said and call a vote that we need him to be reporting that to us?
I don't think there should be a vote. That's we're
There's
paying
no
a
motion on the
contractor
floor.
to do work.
And this is a discussion topic. So no.
Okay, so it'll get brought up again later. Thank you.
Bill?
That's how we solve problems.
I am 100% opposed to going to Little Creek for any meetings or anything else. Okay, Little Creek, they held one event that we had there, and after that, we decided we're coming back the next year. And Little Creek voided a contract handshake that I had with them, and they didn't pay us any money for all the money we put out to advertise the tournament. They didn't do anything, and I'm very opposed to going there and having anything to do with that, with the Squaxin Island tribe or that Little Creek.
I remember that it was last minute.
Bill, was that at the coast or was that at Little Creek and Shelton?
That was Little Creek and Shelton.
We're going back to late 90, early, right around the aughts, 01, 02?
2009, maybe somewhere in there, 2008.
Because I remember when I was league operator here in Thurston County, I worked a lot with you, and there was an event out at the coast that we had.
Yeah, that wasn't Little Creek.
Okay.
That was a different
Quinault.
one. That was Quinault Beach.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I was, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. Carly?
I negotiate contracts all the time in my job, and I work with hotels all over the country. And when you're calling these places, are we asking them if their rates are negotiable?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And also made a point to let them know that we are a not-for-profit organization, because a lot of times casinos will give us a room rental or the room area with no charge.
Yeah, they will discount a lot. I found that just by asking. That's all.
Thank you, Kemitha.
I've heard database developer, I heard website developer, but what I haven't heard is truly IT. I really think, I for one do not like the fact that the meeting has to be in person. There's a lot of leagues here, and maybe they can't spend all of their funds to drive across state for one meeting, and so they do not get a chance to participate. I've been totally against that. Maybe the administration could send an email out, maybe mass email to our entire league player base, and say, with a little bit of RFP, just looking for people with this skill set. And maybe look for some technology so we can do online voting. What Jackson has done has been amazing. I was enjoyable, but how miserable it might be. But there absolutely, like a couple of you said, there is technology out there that we should be able to vote online. But for this discussion right now, if our bylaw says it has to be in person, then this whole point is moot. If it has to be in person, which I think sucks, we can't change it right now. So where are we at with this agenda item? I mean, really. So if we don't have a location yet, it doesn't have to be announced now, but how can we move this forward?
Correct. So I just wanted to give an update as far as what that I have found out from some of the places. I'm not absolutely thrilled with what I did find, what I was received. But it sounds like there's a couple more. We can always put it on the voting one or send an email out and make sure that everybody's on board, and just to put it out there that maybe an idea is to have a couple different locations and have 2 locations where one's more closer for some people and the other one for others as well. So maybe we could do something like that too. But anyways, we can move on. And obviously we don't have an exact meeting area yet, so I will make a couple more phone calls. So let's move on to number 2 was deleted. Number 3 is discussion, link policies and procedures with Lawrence. So go ahead, Lawrence, and if we can kind of get through some of this stuff quickly, please.
I mean, can I interrupt real quick? I'm sorry. I have not been able to do a roll call yet, and it's 4 o'clock. So I don't know if you want me to do that quickly before we start losing people, or if you just want me to go with what I have. I can't guarantee it will be 100%, but people can tell me if I didn't have them on there. You tell me what you want me to do.
Go ahead if you want to do kind of a roll call right now, and can Lawrence kind of talk at the same time? Do his discussions.
Can I interrupt? Can we just do the vote rather than the roll call after? Because the roll call takes so much time, and I get it, Julie, it does make your job a lot easier, but we need to keep moving.
Do we have something that we're voting on?
So the only thing that it looks like we would possibly be voting on would be the under new business, amending the voting in the bylaws, which will be the first new business agenda item.
We could make it to that.
Yeah,
Well,
so hopefully, I mean,
if there's no intention of voting on the document that was provided for membership to vote on for the league policy, then we'll just table it till the next meeting, because it was supposed to be voted on by the membership at the last meeting. In the Salem
on
meeting,
the league policy and procedures.
Yeah, it was presented for vote in Salem, and it's still been pushed off. And we can table it till the next time. That's fine if that's what you guys want to do to push through to new business. It doesn't make any sense, but we can do that.
Well, okay, so because I know on the agenda submission, it was put in there as a discussion from what I understood. No, I didn't see where it said to vote on. That's all.
There's a policy presented to membership, so they would have to vote on that, right?
Yeah.
And my agenda item would also be up for vote, which would be now number 2 or 3 or 4, wherever we're at there as well.
I can absolutely wait until we have a vote to take. All I was going to do is name all the people, and if you didn't hear my name, you speak up. I have no problem waiting until a vote is taken. I just want everybody to be aware that I have not done a roll call. It's 4 o'clock, so I don't want to get yelled at if it is not correct. That's it. But I'm fine waiting for when and if we vote on something. So please go ahead. I'm sorry to have delayed.
I'm sure that probably maybe 5 or 6 people have actually read the document that was submitted in the email 2 weeks ago. Maybe more, but I highly doubt that, because that's usually the way it goes down. There's going to be a bunch of questions, because things just happen that way, and I get it. And we're all busy and we're all volunteers, and we're here for 4 hours now. So there's more important things to get through. Like Arlen's voting thing is way more important than this one document right now. Because you know,
Okay, so, you know, I know that there's already been talk of a special meeting prior to the annual meeting. So maybe that's what we need to do, is do the league policies and do some of those policies, procedures, the bylaws and all that kind of stuff. Cause I believe that that's what the special meeting was talked about, right, Bill?
Yes.
Okay. And so maybe that's a perfect time to go through all of that. So if we push off league policies and procedures, actually the discussion for the room vouchers transparency for Mike Deichman.
I'd like to motion to table the league policies document, please.
Motion to table that then? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, or whoever.
Me, second.
Any opposed? Since, you know, we gotta do
Oh.
that.
Yeah.
Elaine, I see your hands up.
Oh, I would,
You muted yourself. You're unmuted.
oh, I was just going to take the hand down, but I did have a question on the, I actually did read your document, so that's okay. I'll wait until the next time.
If you have questions, just email them to me or whatever, and then I can get it work. If it's something we
Yeah,
gotta work out, we
I'll
get it
do that. Thanks.
worked. I appreciate you.
I believe you don't have to do a motion and have it seconded. You can just withdraw your.
I don't want to withdraw it because if it's not tabled, it won't carry over to the next meeting. So we kind of got to do that to keep it going, right?
In order to table anything, you have to it has to come to a vote, which means it has to have the membership approval. So there's,
and if it's not tabled, then it gets lost, right, Sam? Is that true?
Sorry?
If it's not tabled, then it gets lost. It just goes away. Is that true?
Well, no, it's still business that is established that we have to handle. This is the proper way to do it. The chair, Tammy, asks, we're going to table what? 3 and 4. Anybody opposed? If it's a majority, it's tabled. That's it. But there's no motion.
For three, now number 4 for the Mike Deichman room and voucher transparency, which he changed it to be worded as that information after the event was going to only the board officers or whatever, not the general membership.
Yeah, and I also wanted it to be a policy, not a discussion. I stated that in my last agenda item. I want to vote on it, make it a policy.
Okay, so we need to kind of probably get that written up as a policy.
I thought that's what I did on my agenda item submission.
No, usually a policy will kind of go through, well, yeah, but we need somebody to write it up as far as the policy and how it's the procedure is done, per se.
I thought I did.
To get. Okay.
Send it to me.
Sam, I'm curious. Sam, I'm curious on your opinion. Did I do something wrong again?
No.
Okay, yeah, I submitted this. It says on the agenda item submission, do you want this to be a discussion or a policy? I wrote policy.
No, I understand that, Mike, but usually we would have like a little sheet written up of just what that policy is and how, and explained. As far as
That's what I did.
not just this, okay, not just the agenda submission per se. Rose, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did, about the room and voucher issue. Is this paid by Chinook themselves, and there's no Western BCA
Point of
money?
order. We're trying to move on. The topic is not under discussion. Point of order.
Yeah, I should probably say too, I think if there's elections for the next meeting, then this agenda item should be tabled for a minute. I think Chris's agenda item of not being able to nominate people from the floor is way more important. So I should probably say that before we get too deep into this too. Are there elections at the next meeting?
Maybe.
The annual meeting.
Probably.
Annual meeting, yes.
Okay, well then I would like to, yes, of course the answer is yes. Then I would like to table this because it's 4:10 right now, and I would hope to yield my time to Chris with his agenda item of not letting people be nominated from the floor anymore. Is that okay to do, Sam? Anybody? Can I do that?
You have to address the chair. It's up to the chair.
Yeah, so you're
Chair
wanting
of
to
who,
table.
of what?
So you're wanting
Sam,
to
do you mean the
table.
president? What are you talking about?
Yes, the president is chairing this meeting. That's what I mean by
I
chair.
understand. I understand.
Okay.
Tammy, I think my agenda item is less important than Chris's. Can we table mine until next time and let Chris have my time?
Well, yes, so we are going to table the league policies and procedures from Lawrence, and we are also tabling then the room and food vouchers policy procedure for you, for Deichman. Thanks, right?
Well, if that means Chris will have time to speak, yeah. If we're going to talk
Well,
about
we're
whether
trying.
we're
trying. We're trying to get to him.
Okay, then let's do that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And anybody want to motion to table it, table number 4 as well? 3 and 4
Second.
is tabled.
I'll vote to table 3 and 4 or motion.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. And anybody opposed? Okay. Ed, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, are we not gonna have another meeting before May 4th?
It sounds like we will end up having we'll probably have to schedule for a special meeting.
Special meeting means we can only talk about one thing, right?
Well, but if we're talking about all of the bylaws, the policies and procedures.
Then it would be just a regular Zoom meeting, right?
Special meeting, you can just call it a regular meeting. It doesn't have to be called a special meeting. We have to have at least 4 meetings. It doesn't say only 4 meetings, so it can be another regular meeting.
Yeah, so to be able to get through that stuff before the annual meeting.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do before that. Annual meeting's now a 10-hour meeting.
Yep. I agree. So we'll have to schedule something else too, another Zoom meeting. So, Nikki?
Tammy, did you say that you sent over the voucher and room list over to the chair?
Lawrence, yes.
Okay, I got a partial room list and a no voucher list, but that's fine.
Partial room list?
Yeah, you sent me you said you still had to finish some more rooms up, and then are you talking about the old ones?
Well, okay, so but she's talking about from the last event.
Oh yeah.
Nothing about the upcoming event per se.
Okay, so you're making the upcoming event and you already did the one from before. Okay, cool.
Okay, so we can move on to new business. Let's go ahead and put the oh gosh, Arlen. Arlen is number 1 for amending the voting in the bylaws, adding verbiage to clarify our voting procedures as described in our bylaws under Article 3, membership, Section 11, quorum and voting. Our current bylaws state the attendance of 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum. A majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided for by these bylaws. And you are proposing that we add the verbiage excluding those abstaining or blank votes be inserted after members and before unless. And you have the floor.
Thank you. The only reason I brought this up is because I'm tired of votes getting blocked by people abstaining, and the notion that just because there's X amount of people voting that we have to have X amount to reach a majority. If you have 60 people in the room and 50 of them vote and 10 abstain, you only need 26 to pass. That's a majority. Some people in this organization have believed, oh no, you have to have 31. And that's where I'm trying to get the verbiage corrected in this amendment so that we can move forward with voting, make it faster. Those abstaining could be used as an audit. Yes, your vote was counted as an abstention, which means it is a null or negative vote. It doesn't matter. You're not concerned. You don't care. You have no vote, but you did get a chance to. So that's the only reason, and that's what I'm proposing. The motion I'd be making would be to be adding the verbiage as it was stated in my proposal and move forward from there. That's the only thing I've got. If people are open to questions, go for it.
Stephanie is the first one.
Just a good recommendation, ideally, but I would say since the bylaws are still in the works of being fixed and updated, that this be put to the side until that is all set.
Well, since I'm on the bylaws committee, I'm trying to move things forward.
But then once we get all those bylaws put together, then we can have it added to be voted at that time and not this time.
Well, that changed. I'm just trying to get the voting structure down so people can move faster in this voting and it doesn't take 4.5 hours to get to one vote. If you have, my biggest draw on this was we had 2 people running for members at large, 2 positions open. And for some reason, this body could only elect 1. I don't understand that.
I totally understand the frustration. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing on this topic. But what I'm saying is, why are we going to vote on something that may or may not, that we are already working on the bylaws to get changed? So why can't we just add this at the time we're doing the bylaws?
Okay. And
looks like Lawrence has got his hand up.
Yeah. Oh, I just Bill had his hand up too.
Bill had his hand up. So Bill.
Yeah, I had my hand up. Harlan's on the the bylaws committee, and he should have brought that to the committee so that we could work on it there and incorporate it into the new bylaws that we're going to do. I don't disagree with what he's saying, and I'm not really sure that it needs to be in the bylaws that way. It could be a procedure or a policy that we have about voting policy. But I think it's right that you only count the people that are actually voting, not those that are abstaining or not voting at all. So I don't have a problem with that. I think putting something in, voting on it today, a policy, a bylaw today would be the wrong time to do it. I think it should be in with the rest of the stuff. I agree with Stephanie on that.
And Lawrence.
Yes, 100% yes. Thank you, Arlen. Yes. We just a couple vote meetings ago, we did a vote to change bylaws to take out some stuff in there that's taken forever. Hasn't got through yet because bylaws are taking forever to get done, but we can make incremental changes as we go and get them done faster. Then yes. it just takes too long to get things done, and it'll make meetings so much faster. So Arlen, thank you for this submission. It's great and I love it. Thank you. That's it.
Julie.
Okay, so I'm not arguing. I'm trying to understand. Is this also for elections or is this for policies and other votes?
It would be for voting on everything we vote on. That's where it's in the bylaws under voting.
Okay, so for elections, it has always been that it has to be, it's not a majority vote, like let's say we're voting on whatever, we're voting on dues and we have 50 people in the room, 20 abstain, and then we've got 30 left. You would have to have 51% of those 30 to get that changed. Is that what you're saying? You would have to have the majority of what's left.
That's what I'm trying to get implemented, is the fact that people can't say, well, I'm in the voting, but I voted and I abstained, therefore I count, which is what has happened in the past, where people have said,
right, no,
my
I
vote should count.
agree with what you're saying. I'm just trying to, so for elections, it has always been that you had to have 51% of the vote. So it would still be 51% of the people voting, not the abstentions.
Correct. It would be
Of the
51%
actual
of the
people
people voting. Abstentions
Okay,
would be noted, and for an audit to audit the room of voting members. And that way you would know how many voting members are in the room, how many of those abstained from voting. So therefore that would be your remaining members that actually voted yay or nay.
The only thing I would ask on that is that then we also have on our ballots an option for neither. Because the whole point of that is, let's say we're having an election for president and we have two candidates for president that are both awful. You don't want to have to choose someone you don't want because you can't not vote for them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Then
So
you would
I think
abstain.
But if you abstain, you're not getting to vote. You're not getting to say, I'm not voting for either of them. So there should be no Bob and neither.
The verbiage that I'm trying to get implemented into this, Julie, is excluding those abstaining or blank votes. So therefore, if you don't vote for either person because you don't want either person in there, how does your vote count towards whether they're elected or not?
Because I am saying you should get to vote. I should be able to say, I don't like Bob or Joe, and I don't want to vote for either one of them.
Vote against them.
You can't vote against them if those are your only two choices and you can't abstain. So I think that if
abstain, you're choosing not to vote at that point for either person, Julie.
Your voice doesn't count. You don't get to say you don't want either one of those choices.
What you're saying, Julie, is I want to submit a -1 vote. So if you say I don't want Julie in this position, you're saying I want to remove a vote casted for Julie. That's really when you say I don't want this person. What I hear you saying is I want to add a -1 vote. I want to take away someone's vote.
Neither. There should be an option to say neither, because I don't think we should be forced to have someone we don't want. If we have 3 positions on the board, and I'm not going to name names, but we've all known people that we don't want on the board, and then we get to that part where there's a position still open and they're the only one running, they're elected because you can't not vote for them.
But that's going to affect Chris Nordling's thing from nominating from the floor too, because that's going to affect that. So
currently, Julie, the way it's going and what you just said, currently we had 2 positions open for member at large and 2 people running. Why do we only have 1 in position at this point? And that is because people chose not to vote, and you were the loud voice saying we didn't have 51%, so that person can't get elected. So What I'm
I am
saying is
saying
if you're
that
choosing
those
not
people
to vote for
voted.
someone, that's your choice. If you don't like the options, don't vote. You don't have to be happy with the outcome. I'm not forcing an outcome. I'm not forcing you to
You
be
are
happy with an
forcing
outcome.
outcome. You're saying that anybody that runs unopposed gets elected.
Have you been elected as secretary?
Okay. So unopposed
basically
people
what
would
it's
not
saying?
then run against them. That's a simple thing. If you don't like the person that's in there, run against them. Then put your name on the ballot. I mean, there could be, I don't know why there's not I mean, if we're not accepting, if we're going to vote for not accepting nominations from the floor, and that if that gets voted down, then you don't have a write-in. So then you have people that have put in to be this position. I'm just simply tired of people blocking people from getting elected by saying, I'm not going to vote for you because I don't, I'm going to abstain and I get counted. No, you don't get counted in an abstention. You don't get
That's
counted
fine,
as
but
a
then
blank
there
vote.
should be a neither. There should be a vote saying, I don't want either this person.
That would be abstaining from the vote, Julie. Period.
No, it is
That's what an
saying
abstention is.
it's a different vote. People
So you're
abstain from different votes because they don't understand the topic. People and no, I'm agreeing. It's the same thing. But I think that we as members should be able to say we don't want that person in that position.
then you don't, then you vote against that person.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that if it's a person running for election and there's one person running and they don't receive a majority of the votes for their position, they aren't elected to said position. That happened with a member at large, Julie, and it was blocked because we had a person wanting to volunteer to do it. But it was blocked because we didn't get enough votes.
The problem with the member at large position was that we couldn't figure out how to get the ballots correctly so that you could vote for more than one person on a ballot.
No, butter and dump it and stir it into a bowl.
Should we keep going? The next person's Kamatha.
On everything. Try them on there.
The statement, Bill, love you, mean it, but I disagree with you in that this absolutely should be voted on before, if this should be voted on, we should not wait for bylaws, the bylaws change or whatever you're doing. There have been many things voted on that would affect the bylaws that we have approved and we are acting upon. So therefore, we have decided when we approve something to change the bylaws, we take that as what the bylaws should say and we act upon that. So we can't wait for the bylaws to get changed. Otherwise, we can say everything we did was illegal, all the way back to bylaws of a date, a timestamp of the last time they were officially put in place. And to block changing bylaws or acting upon our votes right now would be it would be impeding progress of the organization. So I get it, but I think that there are other things that we've said several times in meetings lately. It's like, well, we did make that change in the bylaws, but it was never officially put in print. And just like you said, we haven't got to the lawyers or whatever, but I think that I disagree with you. We need to vote and we should be able to act upon it right now rather than waiting for the bylaws. And which unfortunately that for your bylaws changes, then you would need to kind of add this into that and incorporate that into the bylaws changes because it was already voted in. That's all I was going to say. Well, no, it wasn't, but for this, yeah, I'm done for now.
Rob.
I have a new microphone. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So when I read the bylaws, I think they already say what Arlen is requesting. Under section 11, quorum and voting, it says the attendance of 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum. A majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws. So as I read that, if 10 people are at a meeting, there's an item to vote on and 9 abstain, one person votes, that vote carries, however that person voted, because the abstentions do not count. They don't count towards the quorum It says members. It doesn't say that they have to vote in the quorum. It just says 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum. So I think the bylaws already cover this.
Okay. Pat?
I worked on a bylaws committee at one point, and we had changes coming in on a constant basis. We had everything set, and then, oh, we got to change this. So we had to rewrite. But in this situation where we've been discussing this, and we discussed it at the last vote, I think we should vote on it now to give to the bylaw committee, say, when you rewrite the bylaws, add this in right now. We've already discussed it. We voted on it. Give it to them. Let them put it in. I'm done.
Thank you. Elaine?
Yeah, I guess this is a question for Sam. I think Arlen is correct that an abstain, and I think people, maybe the last time that is what happened, but I think sometimes there is a reason somebody might abstain. I have done it once, maybe twice, but anyway, Sam, is, according to the Roberts rules, you're the expert on this, I do believe it's correct that if someone abstains, that's basically a no. Is that correct? It doesn't get counted, but it's just considered a no. Is that right?
No, that's
Okay.
not. That's you're denying your or refusing to vote. It's
okay.
There's a better way to say it, and that's not
Okay.
it. But
All right,
I don't
so
have
say
it
it for me.
Let me
You-
find it if you'd like.
You are
Elaine?
relinquishing your right to vote. You are
No.
relinquishing it, meaning
No,
Okay, so
No.
Suzanne, where does the vote go? Does it go towards the overall, or is it just negated? Like if there's 50 people there, one person abstains, is it 49 are going to be counted for the vote?
no, when I go to vote in the general election, I get a
excuse me. Robert's rules defines an abstention as neither for or against, therefore not counted. That is Robert's rules.
Yeah.
right,
So an abstention is not counted.
not counted.
That's all it's amount to. And I'm tired of people saying my vote being an abstention should count towards the majority of the people voting. And that's the argument that I've heard repeatedly in these meetings. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, Arlen, that's what I thought it was, that the abstentions are not
They do not
part
count
of the
for,
count.
they do
Yes.
not count for or against anything. They are just plainly abstaining and therefore not counted.
Yes. Okay.
And
thanks,
unfortunately,
Sam, for
we've had
describing that. Yeah.
people that we couldn't reach votes because people abstained, and people think they have to reach that certain number. And they're counting the abstentions as people voting. And that's where I'm frustrated with these meetings about it. So,
Okay. And then in relation to what Julie is saying, when there's somebody that, there's two names that you just don't think they do a good job, and that certainly can come up. That they can vote no, correct? For both of them?
They're not yes, no voting.
it's not a yes or no for either person. You're voting for a person at that point. So if you choose not to vote for either one of them, that's
Your vote doesn't count.
there's no vote counted for that person or against that person.
Right, but there also the option no. I mean, there's a yes or no per person, correct?
That's exactly what I'm saying. There should be a no option, a neither option.
Well, neither is different than no.
Right.
It says I'm not voting for that person. I'm voting against that person being elected.
Yeah, so no. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, Julie. Yeah.
So you would vote no on both people at that point, Julie. And guess what? That's an abstention basically, because you're not going to it's not going to count towards their count of votes.
It's a no vote, but it's not an abstention, right, Arlen? It's a no. So
no, he's saying it would be an abstention.
I don't understand that, but I don't know. Maybe Sam can
my
help me.
point is, if you've got Hitler and Mussolini running, and
Please.
there's nobody running against them, you have to choose one or the other, or allow one or the other to be elected. I think that it should be Hitler, Mussolini, and no, or neither.
Which is an
Well,
abstention.
by our own rules, a majority rules. And unfortunately, what I'm trying to get to is an actual majority instead
Yeah.
of those people casting abstentions and
Valid.
saying, I
Okay.
should be counted in the majority.
Well, then we can end up with Hitler.
If those were your two
Okay.
options, I would choose not to vote for either one of them myself personally.
Which gets them elected, gets one of them elected, because you're not choosing either one.
Only if someone chose them, Julie.
Right, right. I
So
see.
if nobody chose them, if nobody
Then
voted,
no, there would be no votes cast for either person if the party voted against them
but they're going to
completely.
vote for themselves.
So then I guess you'd have a tie.
Okay.
1 and a 1.
1 and 1.
Oh boy.
Friends or a spouse.
Can we move on to the next one? But it's very clear what Julie's point is. How about Kamitha?
Oh, I understand where Julie's coming from. It's like, no, I don't want Hitler to be running this, but I don't think that there is a solution. I mean, has there really been voting that says I want to vote no and remove a vote? Because votes are either person X or person Y. Is it person X, person Y, or a ghost? Actually, it's person X, person Y, or leave the position open. So I guess you could be strategic in votes that says person X, person Y, nobody on the ballot. I mean, that could be a strategic way of doing it. That's kind of creative, but no, when you vote for people, it's not a yes, no vote. It's a vote for an individual. So there's no yes, no's. So that is about the creative way that would still fall within potentially the parameters. Arlen, do you maybe you can comment on that? If you're voting for the president next time, is it going to be, there you go. You can put on the ballot X, Y, leave the position open. Could be the option. And then, yes, you could have the leave the position open could turn into be the majority, which means there would not be any president, whatever the freaking position is. So that would be one way, Julie, potentially, where you could find a way to keep people from leading an organization or holding a position. But that would have to, I mean, that'd be an option to have to look at. Anyways, that was just my comment for that.
Thank you. Tammy.
Thank you. I agree with Rob and with Arlen. You go to our state or our national elections. For example, you had a choice to vote for Harris or you had a vote for Trump. If I didn't want either one of those, I didn't vote. Or a county commissioner seat. Okay, I didn't like the person, I didn't vote for him. Why should our elections in this organization be any different than our local, state, national elections? You either vote for somebody or you don't. If you don't vote, it isn't counted. If you look at the numbers on election day, you may have 5,000 people voting with only one candidate, and they may only get 1,200 votes. That happens on all of our elections. So I agree with Arlen. I agree with Rob. If you're abstaining, you're saying it's not worth it to me, and I don't like either one of them, and you don't have a vote, or you write in somebody.
And Bill.
Part of this discussion is talking about voting for two positions at one time. I think you should only be voting on one position at a time. And that would take away a lot of the problems that we seem to be having. I think that if you just voted on one position at a time, yes and no would be the only things. And like Tammy said, you're going to pick one or the other, and that's your vote counts if you vote for or you vote against them. So abstaining doesn't matter in that case.
If you have 5 people voting, running for 3 board positions, that would work. You have to vote for. And he's saying that no is not an option. It's either yes or I don't get a vote.
Vote for one position at a time.
I thank you, Bill. I like it. Suzanne.
Voting for one person at a time, it's an election. Voting yes, I can vote for Joe Blow, Jean Joe, and I can vote yes for Jerry Joe if I'm voting one person at a time. When we're in an election, we have people that are competing against one another. If you choose not to vote, it's because you either don't like the choices, you're not educated in the choices, or you just have no opinion. Your vote doesn't count. If, on the other hand, you're, not sure if you like Jerry Joe, Jean Joe, or Jody Joe, okay, flip a coin. If it lands on its side, you're voting for the one in the middle. But voting for one at a time, what Arlen is saying, that doesn't make sense. We have to, you either vote or you don't vote. If you abstain, you're not voting. It doesn't count, period. Because it's like you not showing up to the polling.
That's
It's
what I'm
not
saying.
something that was at the top of your list. And you didn't have the questions for the individual. Maybe you did have the questions for the individual and maybe they weren't answered correctly. But especially if you're going to be eliminating any votes from the floor, any nominations from the floor, then the abstaining cannot count.
Ed.
So I kind of agree with Tammy Coney Bear and Julie. With the presidential election, we had what's her face and what's his face, and I didn't like either one of them. I would have loved to have voted for none of the above and had none of the above win because they both sucked in my opinion. In this case, you got Hitler and Mussolini. One of them won that presidential election. Hitler or Mussolini, one of them's going to win that election. If you got none of the above on there, then nobody wins.
I'm the only one left with my hand up. So I would like to say that I would like the ability to do a write-in. Like when people are voting for the president and they don't like what they get and they can write Mickey Mouse and Mickey Mouse gets a lot of votes. I would like to have a spot to add in the next election. It gets revoted on again. And I'm sorry, it's annoying and it really could be, but when everybody's got to work together all the time, it really is a big deal that people can get along and work together as a team. So that's my opinion, the write-in spot. Anybody else have anything that they'd like to add? I'm gonna lower my hand. Suzanne.
Yeah, write-in would be the same as an abstaining because you're writing in somebody else, which is going to take a vote away from, it's going to take a vote away from somebody else. And I know there's a lot of heads going back and forth, but a write-in would be the same as voting someone from the floor, nominating someone from the floor. There are people that want to eliminate that. So there's no way that we would add another layer to it that is going to accomplish the exact same things that we're trying to eliminate or that Arlen is trying to eliminate. Adding another layer will just simply confuse it more. So I disagree.
Okay. Anybody else have their hand raised? Thank you, Suzanne. So is this set up to take a vote on, or is this just a discussion?
It was listed as a action item. That's how I submitted it, was to be an action item, so we'd have to take a vote on it. And to change the bylaws so everybody's aware, it does take a 2/3 majority vote. That's in our bylaws, that to amend bylaws, we need a 2/3 majority vote.
Make a motion.
Arlen, can you give me your exact motion, please, but not too fast?
Sure. The motion I'm making is I propose we add the verbiage excluding those and abstaining or blank votes be inserted after members and before unless in the sentence majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws. That is my motion, is to add those words to clarify voting.
Okay, that was not slow. Add the verbiage excluding those abstaining or blank votes to be inserted after members.
After the word members and before the word unless in the sentence, a majority vote of the members shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws. And it is under Article 3, membership, Section 11, quorum and voting.
Okay, so that it would read, a majority of the vote shall be the act of the members, excluding those abstaining or blank votes, unless provided by the bylaws.
Unless otherwise provided by these bylaws, yes.
Okay, I think there's another discussion after the vote's called for.
Elaine?
Okay, so I have a question. So if blank votes and abstain are not part of it, but there's, what if people fill in Porky Pig or whoever Nikki said, where the blank is, and that person gets more votes than the two people on the ballot? Are we good with that?
Elaine, a blank vote would be a vote turned in with nothing on it, with not a for or against. That would be a blank vote. You didn't fill it out.
Right, but what if I did fill it out with Porky Pig?
Not allowed to.
I guess I'm
Right.
if it's
There's no write-in spots on our
oh,
ballots that I
thank
know of.
you. Yeah, I was. Yep, thank you.
Bill?
How are abstentions going to be handled in this vote?
Sorry.
That's a good one.
You got me.
Great question, Bill. Now you understand my plight.
What doesn't pass moves on to the next meeting.
Oh boy.
Nobody else has got their hand up?
No, let's vote.
Well, the motion was made and I didn't hear a second, so I'm wondering
I'll
if they're gonna
second.
get second.
I'll second Arlen's
Thank you.
submit to be able to vote on it.
And I'm just, I'm just trying to work on, make sure I have the wording correctly. Motion 2025-1, add the verbiage, quote, excluding those abstaining or blank votes, unquote, inserted after members and before unless in the sentence, a majority of the vote shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are you going to take attendance while you're asking people if what they're voting?
At this point, it's the only way we can do the vote because I don't have a count.
Yeah, great. I created something that they could fill in to give you like everybody's name if you want me to post it, but it's up to you. But either way, if you're asking them and doing attendance at the same time, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so Tammy, I don't know what I'm asking for. Yes, no, and abstain? Opposed, approved, and abstain?
So we're asking for a vote on, what did you say? Changing it to read, a majority vote of the members of voting shall be the act of the members, excluding those abstaining or blank votes unless otherwise provided for by these bylaws, is how it's being asked to be said. Is that what you have? Right, Julie?
Is that what
Huh?
I did to you?
That's what I know
have
you said to put the
Add
quotes
the
in there, but
verbiage excluding those abstaining or blank votes inserted after the members and before, unless in the sentence, a majority of the vote shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws.
correct. And what I did is I just read it all together.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to do a raise of hands for a vote to,
No, we're
No?
still gonna do a roll call vote because a raise of hands does no good. I don't have a count of how many people are in here.
Yeah,
Or
we'll
Okay.
do the roll call.
Okay, so we're gonna do roll call.
Roll call and the vote. So I'm asking for
Okay.
abstained, opposed, and in favor.
And if you vote yes,
Correct.
you're voting for Arlen's proposal.
Correct. To change it.
Okay.
There a motion then to,
The motion was made and seconded.
okay,
You just need
so
to
then
call
we're
for.
good. Good for the vote. Good to go for the roll call and vote.
And I will call out names and you say approved, opposed, or abstain. Sean Self,
Approved.
Rob Cameron, Rob Cameron, no, I don't think Rob's in here anymore.
Oh, he must have just left. I don't see him either.
Ryan Huntoon, Ryan Huntoon,
She wants to know if you're voting nay, yay, or
On what?
opposed,
come
approved,
on.
or
Yes.
yes.
Did that work?
Yep. Arlen Grosjean, I'm guessing
Approved, sorry, yeah.
Bill
Arlen, you
Henderson,
said yes.
Bill Henderson,
Approved.
Johnny Landis,
Approved.
Tammy Culbertson. Oh, never mind, Tammy. Vic Albertson,
Approved.
Linda Knight. I think she might have said she had to leave.
She did, Julie.
Okay, thank you. Roseanne Rose. Rose.
Approved.
Sue Ledger.
Sorry. Approved.
Raquel Menarez. Raquel. Oh, Raquel might not be in here anymore either.
I don't see Raquel.
Suzanne Mackey.
Approved.
Eric Sawyer. Eric Sawyer. Oh, he's gone now too. Robin Adams.
Opposed.
Chad Bisconner,
Chad
No.
Bisconner. Yes or no?
No.
Opposed.
Nikki Bisconner,
Opposed.
Rudy DeWalt,
Opposed.
Julie Fraser, I'm opposed. Tim Fraser,
Opposed.
Jackson McDonald,
Opposed.
Cindy Medina, Cindy Medina,
Opposed.
Shirley Morgan,
Probably didn't hear you. You were muffled.
oh, sorry, Shirley Morgan,
Yes.
approved.
Approved, yes.
Melissa Olson,
Opposed.
Uni Slate, Uni Slate,
Opposed.
Rhonda Clark, I don't see Rhonda on here anymore. Rhonda Clark, Shelley Huntoon,
Approved.
Becky Potter,
Approved.
Calvin Gilliland.
Approved, and that was really good.
Thanks. Kamatha,
Approved.
Elaine Eberly,
Approve.
Dave Chavez,
Approved.
Trina Chavez,
Approved.
Pat Mitchell,
Approved.
Lawrence Frampton,
Approved.
Nancy Mesor,
Approve.
Richard Phillips,
Approved.
Ed Slade,
Approved.
Mika Cully,
Approved.
Jesse Johnson,
Approved.
Stephanie Shirtliff,
Approve.
Jeff Beers,
Approved.
Stephanie Crystal, Stephanie Crystal, oh, I don't see her on here anymore.
Approved.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you. Tara Fry,
Her phone died.
okay. Tammy Conabear,
Approved.
Justin Palmbach,
Approved.
Harvey Stanley,
Approved.
Alex Vogel, Alex Vogel, oh, he might be gone. Nancy Ann Kennedy,
Approved.
Angela Busenbark,
Approve.
Doug Gibb,
Doug left.
oh, thank you. Chris Marino, he might be gone too. Yeah, he's gone. Sam Rubito,
Approved.
Robert Gehring,
Approved.
Carly Watrous,
Wrong.
Carly Watrous, Aaron Sullivan,
Approved.
Michael Deichman, Michael Deichman,
Opposed. Opposed. Opposed.
Katie Hammerski,
Approved.
Chris Nordling.
Approved.
Is there anybody here that I did not call out?
Alex Vogel was trying to say something, but he said his mic wasn't working. He's just
Oh, I
texting
see
in the
him.
group.
I see him in chat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that I didn't call your name? Okay, it sure looks like it's passing. I can give you the numbers. I can count if you guys want to continue on to something else.
Did you get Carly? Does Carly vote? I just let Carly back in right now.
Oh, you just let Carly back in?
Yes.
I did not get her vote.
Okay, then wait 1 second. She just got back. We'll get her. And then you already read all of them in, oh, I'm not in chat. I'm in transcript.
Yeah, the only other one in chat was Alex Vogel.
Okay.
Carly Watrous, do you want to vote?
Opposed. Sorry, my iPad died.
Welcome back.
All right, Tammy, I don't know if you want to continue and I'll give you the exact count. Oddly enough, we didn't have any abstentions.
I thought about it.
I don't wish you would have.
Yeah. So do we want to go ahead and move on to number 2?
Yes.
Okay. So, actually, I'll just throw out, because actually I should have put number 2 on the new business right after this one, but I'll just talk about this real quick while Julie's doing the counts. Is number 1 is the discussion as far as team names. I don't know, I guess I haven't talked to the board or anybody yet on if anybody's looked at some of the team names on that have signed up so far.
I'll look right now. It's easy.
So just to make sure that everybody's in compliance as far as the team names and we don't have any bad ones. So there's that. And then I'll go ahead and move on to number 2 on the new business, which is Chris Nordling. You ready? To eliminate 4 nominations at elections for positions that have at least 1 candidate.
Correct.
And the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try to be short and sweet with this. First of all, this is not directed at any one person or any one situation. After attending the elections last year in May, it became quite apparent that, and as I've learned, throughout the voting process throughout the year, that it became quite apparent that the more we're armed with the information before we get to the meeting, the better off we are. So by adding people from the floor when there's already 5 or 8 or 10 people running for a position, and then having to ask those people questions and then get back to your constituents, for lack of better terms, created quite the chaos and actually made what should have been a 3-hour meeting or a 2-hour meeting into a 6-hour meeting or whatever it's kind of like this one's already become. So my nomination would be to change the verbiage for any positions that require a vote, such as any elected position, which would be any elected positions like member at large, vice president, president, whatever. If there is more than 1 candidate, they would still have to receive, or sorry, if there's less than 2 candidates, there's only 1 person, they would still have to receive a majority of the votes as required by our bylaws. But by eliminating mention from the floor, we'd be able to speed up the process and represent the people that we've been elected to vote for. So that's it in a nutshell. Questions?
2 hands are up so far. Mike D.
Yeah, again, and this isn't targeted at anybody. This has been a problem forever. Oh, I'm sorry, my foster daughter wants me to shut up. As a member at large, I don't understand how I'm supposed to vote for somebody that I haven't been able to ask any of my players about. How can I represent what they want when there's surprise candidates at the last minute? I literally don't understand how that is possible. I would love if someone could explain to me how I'm supposed to find out who my members want me to vote for that I represent when I find out at literally the last minute there's someone else running. I think unless that can be answered, we have to end it. Yeah, I just don't. I think it's as simple as that. And I'm done.
And I don't disagree with you, Mike. I think that one thing I probably forgot to mention is that part where, you know, now we're able to vet our interests or gather campaign, if you will. We're able to campaign on Facebook, and you can get an idea how people want you to vote, whether you take a poll or you ask the players at league. And you're absolutely right. If I go to league on Thursday and ask everybody, and then all of a sudden on Saturday, my best friend Joe Schmo or whatever they were earlier decides to run, well, obviously I'm going to vote for my best friend Joe Schmo. I'm not going to vote when he or she may not have been the best candidate available. So I think that you also make the process a lot more fair for people when you give these, you know, when you have them kind of do their campaigning, submit their letters of, you know, recommendation or submit their biographies or whatever you want to call it. It kind of levels the playing field versus just a, hey, I'm here, you know, and go ahead. So next question.
Next is Bill.
Okay, I'll use myself an example. What if I was running for an office and I was either incapacitated or died before the voting? Would nobody else be allowed to run for that position?
No, the only way nominations from the floor could happen is if there are literally 0 candidates. So if we get there and I'm going to use the presidency's wide open, no candidates, then you have to take nominations from the floor. It's a cleaning up the process and eliminating kind of the fluff around the side of it. So Bill, we hope you don't die or become incapacitated. But if that were to be the case, where there was no nominations, then obviously we would accept nominations from the floor.
Okay, well, what if my opponent for that position was not really approved by the people and they would like somebody better in that position? Would you be able to replace somebody who was incapacitated or died?
Well, I don't, as my current understanding is, if tomorrow I became that situation as member at large, it wouldn't go to the next person with the highest votes. The people still have to be elected and approved for that position. So in order to still win the position, you have to get X number of votes over the majority of the voting members, etc. So that really doesn't change anything.
Next.
Tammy Conabear.
I do agree with you on this, but there's also the point of, okay, you have 3 people running for president and one gets elected, but the other 2 still want to be involved in the association in another position. You know, this is a volunteer organization. They want to be involved. You know, that's where some of these floor nominations come from.
I don't disagree with you, but it shouldn't be, well, I didn't get this, so I'm going for my secondary prize. If you want to help in the organization, from what I've learned, there's committees, I guess. There's different, you know, advisory groups that you can join. You can be part of the tournament. You can give your time and efforts in so many different ways, but in the end, you shouldn't just keep, in my opinion, keep running for positions until you find one that you're elected for. So I would say, come back again and try next year. In the meantime, volunteer for this position, volunteer for that position. There's plenty of room for people to come and do some heavy lifting in the organization.
Julie.
You know, Chris and you and I talked about this, and I was all for this, but given our last vote, I'm a little concerned that if it's Hitler and Mussolini running, I want to be able to nominate someone from the floor. So my opinion's a little.
I understand. I personally, as a history guy, I appreciate the reference, but not really. Like, you know, I think that a lot of times
I don't want to call out anybody's actual names.
Yeah, I understand. I totally get it. But I don't, and I didn't want to I wasn't going to jump in the argument prior, but the fact of the matter is when I'm facing that decision, I technically, given the opportunity to write somebody in, I do, but in that case, I personally would abstain, and that is theoretically by principle a no vote, because you're saying, and yes, it's going to suck if Mussolini or Hitler get involved or get elected, but they still have to win the majority of the votes. And I'm not trying to do, I'm trying to make sure the playing field is level, where I go do a bunch of campaigning and nobody knows me, but all of a sudden Julie comes up and Julie's like, hey, what's happening? And then all of a sudden I lose for the hard work that I did because Julie said, well, I want to do this instead. So that it's just, we have a deadline for nominations. We have a deadline for submissions. I believe that deadline should just be a hard deadline. And after that, we're good.
Well, and like I said, I agreed with that until now I have to choose one or the other.
I understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate your consideration.
Arlen.
Hey, Chris. What I'm understanding from you is if you're wanting to eliminate nominations from the floor unless there's no one running or the person is incapacitated in Bill's theory. What I have is a question of doing the research on this or wanting to do this because I haven't looked into it. Can a person run for more than one position if they still want to be involved, not worry about the, as you called it, the secondary prize? Put their name down if they're wanting to be involved with something. Run for multiple positions. If they get elected in one that would make them ineligible for the other one, that would be easy. Take them off the ballot. But is that kind of where you're looking at? If a person wants to get involved, why couldn't they? I mean, I'm just wondering, can a person run for multiple positions?
I actually don't know that answer. That's a great question because like we said, we don't turn people away, right? Like if you want to help this organization of 4,000 people, we want your help. We want you to do that. And I personally didn't research that part of the situation my idea. And maybe you can run for president, board of directors, treasurer, secretary, and do it all. That'd be great. But in reality, like you say, if you get elected to one, then you automatically come off the other. And that might be, something that we would have to look into. I don't know the answer if that's a legal thing. I would assume you can only run for one. Like I can't play in 3 different levels of Scotch doubles, but I do understand what you're saying, man.
And Kamitha.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate kind of what I already said, which I'm actually disagreeing with myself. But when it comes to elections, first of all, take the word elections out of it because the wording that we just changed was not elections. It had to do with voting. So you put something on a ballot, you have a couple bubbles. You either have person X, person Y, or potentially you put neither one. So at that point, if you did not want someone, it would be neither one. I don't think you should be able to write someone in unless the only candidate is unable to fulfill the position, as in, heaven forbid they pass away.
Bill's example, yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think if I understood correctly, what we just passed unanimously, I'm assuming, is that an abstention is indeed not a vote, and so if there's 2 candidates running and they each vote for themselves, whoever is the tiebreaker would be it. But I believe that if there's 87 other abstentions, those are just null votes and they don't count. And I think that if we're talking before like writing in a candidate, that to me is the same as I write in Snoopy. That's a nomination from the floor. So you'd be quelling all that as well.
Agreed.
And
I'm just trying to move the meetings along. That is my ultimate goal, is to not spend 7 hours at an election. Although I love Pendleton, I love the casino, I love all of you guys, but that was a lot of time that could have been spent getting a lot of this stuff and getting our right foot forward. And ultimately, that is my personal goal as a member at large or whatever beyond today, is to make sure that we do things a little more efficiently. And the way my mind works is this is a little more efficient. And that's all this is at. It's not, I didn't like Steve Smith for winning the election, so I'm going to try to, it's nothing about that. No feelings like that whatsoever. It's just about making the organization and these meetings run a lot quicker and smoother and precisely to the point. Any other questions?
I don't see any hands.
Boy, either it's a no-brainer, this is a wildly unpopular idea, it's one of the two.
Thank you, Chris. And,
Of course. This was a call to action, so do I need to make a motion or a suggestion, or how will we go about that?
did we already get the results from Julie? Do we need to do that for that one and then call for the
Yeah.
next vote?
So the results were 38 for and 13 against, and 33% would have been 33, or 2/3 would have been 33 votes. So the motion passed.
Okay. Okay. And okay, so now with Chris, yeah, if you want to say what your motion is, then.
Well, I want to make sure that I say it correctly, because it's referenced in every single voting, whether it's member at large, executive committee, sorry, that's on the board of directors, president, vice president. So I want to make sure I encompass all those points, but basically the motion would be,
Slowly, please.
sorry, I'll do it really slow. When conducting elections, and there are more than one candidate available, nominations from the floor will no longer be accepted. If there are less than 2 candidates, the candidate running still must receive a majority of the vote to win the position. Does that sound pretty accurate for what I'm trying to do?
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
Nominations from the floor or write-in votes.
Nominations from the floor, write-in votes. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know who that was, but thank you.
Suzanne Mackey.
Thank you, Suzanne. Lawrence has his hand up. What's up, Lawrence?
Wait,
Hey,
can I
Chris.
just get this
Oh,
right first?
I want to.
Yes,
I'm
of
going to
course.
clarify. I want to clarify.
Okay.
That's why I'm raising my hand.
Thank you.
Me coming from where I come from, you know that when you tell me less than 2 candidates, then you can do write-ins. That means if there's one candidate, or not from the floors, that means if there's one candidate, then we can do from the floor nomination. When you say less than
Sorry,
2.
so it should be less than 1 candidate. So when there are 0 candidates, that was the intent of the motion. Would that be the proper verbiage? Unless there is nobody running. So if I'm the only person running for member at large and I don't get enough votes, then it goes to an election like it did before the next time, and I can run again, and 10 other people can run again, etc.
So when
Would that be the-
conducting elections, unless there are no candidates available,
Okay. No, I should actually say when conducting elections, when there are no candidates available. That would be the only time you could write them in. Something along those lines. Can you read it back
but
to me,
you're saying
please?
the opposite. When conducting elections,
Yep.
unless there are
Mhm.
no candidates available, nominations from the floor or write-in votes will no longer be accepted.
Correct. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
And then when there are 2 candidates, that's where I trailed off.
No.
Something about 50%.
Mike's hot, by the way.
The winner.
I
No,
hate
I
to
don't-
throw a wrench in this, but there's a point of order about this. The amendment of bylaws requires that the wording be sent to us in the original notice of meeting, the same way that Arlen's was sent out, and we didn't receive that. Chris,
it was
I
in Julie's
apologize.
email.
It was in the email, but it's not on the agenda.
What can you read what it says in the agenda to me, please? I don't have my phone up.
Okay. The agenda.
The agenda says eliminate floor nominations at elections for positions that have at least 1 candidate.
Yeah, that's just describing the intent. According to the
What
bylaws,
the
it has
motion
to
is
have
saying.
the exact verbiage that it's going to present. That's when I contacted you, I asked you to, or I suggested you contact Lawrence about it, and I'm sure he would help you out with fulfilling this. He's proposed bylaws changes before, and I thought that would work out. But
Okay, so Sam,
it slipped my mind.
So
I apologize.
his exact wording is
okay.
eliminate floor nominations at elections for positions that have at least one candidate. So isn't that saying the same thing? It's just worded differently. So he could use the word, his motion is to eliminate floor nominations at elections for positions that have at least one candidate. It's saying the same exact thing in two different sentences, just a little worded differently.
Okay, so a bylaws change, they shouldn't contradict, the bylaw shouldn't contradict itself within that document. We don't have to say that we can't do this anymore. We just tell us what we can do. So instead of saying, you know, nominations can only be made by the floor or from the floor if.
It was exactly worded exactly the way it was.
So
Uh,
the word.
So can I change my motion to be exactly the way, because I submitted this back in like right the moment the November meeting ended, I hit submit.
Well, you're saying
And
the
so-
same thing.
I agree with you, but if it has, I want to make sure that if it's done, it doesn't come back to like, well, we didn't really do it right because we're trying to be better. We're trying to do things correctly. And so I guess I didn't know I could amend what I sent to Tammy. So that's on me for not following through with that. I didn't realize that would be the exact verbiage, but I submitted it writing it that way intentionally in case something like this came up. So if I can change my motion to what I submitted for the agenda item, I would rather do that.
Sam, where are you reading that in the bylaws? Can I read that?
At the very end of the bylaws, it says in section 3, amendment of bylaws, 2/3 vote. But after that, it says, provided a copy of the proposed amendment has been sent to each member at least 14 days prior to the meeting. So
Okay,
the
well,
exact wording of it
proposed
is not has not been sent out.
His proposed amendment is to eliminate floor nominations at elections for positions that have at least one candidate. That's what was sent out.
Mhm.
And isn't that what we're voting
So-
on?
That's not the exact wordage that we're going to put in the bylaws. That's the point I'm making. That sentence says what we want, but that's not what the change is going to be. If you read the bylaws, what the change should be in that sentence, which could be a fairly simple fix, within that sentence is different. And that's what I'm trying to reiterate is that we're not following the bylaws with this change. And it kills me. Did you reach out to Lawrence, Chris?
I'm sure Lawrence and I have talked about a variety of different things, which I'm sure this is one of them. I probably didn't ask him for his hand in doing this, and we actually cut Lawrence off. He was trying to say something. I don't know if he's still available, but it would be unfortunate if we had no elections, and this is something we're going to be hung up on by a word, and that's unfortunate.
Well,
and I'm still not finding what you're talking about, Sam. Where is it in the bylaws? Amendment of
The
bylaws.
very
sorry,
bottom
have it,
paragraph,
have it.
Julie, right before the signatures.
Article 8, Section 3, amendment of bylaws.
Okay, it says provided a copy of the proposed amendment. That's what he
Yes.
provided, the proposed amendment. What we're changing.
It's not the exact wording though. That's in the bylaws. It has
Isn't
to be
the whole-
exact.
Isn't the point of it going out is so that people know we're going to vote on this at the meeting? It's to give people
Okay,
15
Julie,
days notice
Julie,
that we're discussing.
Look at Arlen's bylaws change.
Oh my God.
He had it written out very clearly what was in there and what his proposal to change it is. He used quotes and everything. It was a proper representation of changing the bylaws.
Okay, so then never mind. I don't care.
So what is?
So you're saying we basically we can't even proceed with where we're at, Sam, is what you're
Can't
saying.
even vote on what he actually.
I was trying to find it. I'm sorry I took so long.
Can't you just change the motion to say exactly what it says on the
the
No, it's
meeting
an
notice.
agenda issue. The changes were supposed to be on the agenda, the same way Arlen sent his in quotes. This is what is there. This is what the change is going to be. If you find the exact spots in the bylaws, you can change
Sure, and
the
it's after
wording just a
every
sentence.
It's my fault. I was under the
Okay.
assumption that when we did it, it would go for the president, the vice president, members at large, and board of directors. I assumed that would take care of it. But if I need to subset every single one of those, then I guess I have to do that.
They have to
Okay,
be.
so
They have
also
to be
on the
perfect when you send them in. Sorry, go ahead.
on the agenda submission, Sam, this could be partially my fault because I didn't add it all in like it was on Arlen's. It is on Chris's agenda item, and what it says under please provide details about your agenda item. If passed, this would eliminate nominations from the floor or any time past the 14 days cutoff prior to elections. In the case of 0 nominations at the start of the election meeting, nominations may be made and seconded from the floor in order to fill an open position.
Okay.
Which I did not put on the actual agenda. So
From
that could,
what I understand of this whole rule, the whole rule of the meeting notice going out 15 days in advance is so that people know at this meeting, we're talking about this and possibly changing it. So that there's no surprises, so that people don't look at the agenda and say, there's nothing I want to see there. I don't care. I don't go to the meeting. And then all of a sudden there's a big change made that people didn't know was going to happen. I don't read that to say the exact verbiage has to be written. We were told in the meeting notice that this was going to be discussed and an action was asked for. So anybody that had an opinion on it was able to come to the meeting and discuss it.
And I appreciate that because you're asking someone like myself that isn't ins and out familiar with this, and you're giving me an opportunity to make a change to the organization the best way that I can. So clearly I wrote more than what showed up. Thank you, Tammy, for clarifying that. I knew that I'd written, I tried to be exact as possible, but again, that was 2.5 months ago. So, I mean, if it has, and I don't disagree, it has to be done by the book. I get it. I understand. If it needs to be tabled for a special meeting, I mean, I'm surprised we can't go with this, but I don't want to waste anybody else's time, man. It's already 5.5 hours of a meeting. So I put a motion out there.
It's crazy. Like, we got to go with this. If we're going to, I mean, making sure shit is perfect when we put it in is great, but we still got to follow it, and we're not doing that. So let's amend it the way he needs it written, and let's vote on it. Be done with it.
The whole idea was that people knew we were going to talk about this and vote on this. That's the notice.
Hey, Bill's had his hand up for a while, and so Stephanie. Bill, do you want to add to this?
Yes,
go ahead,
I've
Bill.
had my hand up for a while, and people keep talking over and don't move on. They don't put their hand up, they just talk.
Sorry.
Okay. I think that we ought to approve this, but we had something come up at this meeting. And why do you have discussions if you can't take things that are brought up at the meeting into the verbiage that you're going to put on the bylaw? Okay, so here's my proposal on what we should vote on. Floor nominations or write-in votes, write-in candidates, sorry, are not allowed at elections for positions that have at least one candidate.
Did you find the 2 spots in the bylaws that go over voting, Bill?
I haven't looked at the bylaws. No, I know what you're saying, Sam. I know what you're saying, but if we go by that every time, we're going to keep tabling stuff forever and ever.
This is a bylaw change, Bill. This isn't just a motion.
I appreciate that, Bill. I'm going to call on Stephanie. She has her hand up. Go ahead, Stephanie.
So I think that we vote on this. If it gets approved, then we look at when we go to the bylaws, we get it amended to the way it's supposed to read. So it is in line with the bylaws. But we've already discussed it. We've already went through it. Let's see if it gets passed.
Thank you, Stephanie. Go ahead, Julie.
I was just gonna ask if we are having another meeting before the election.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry. I lost the first part of that.
If we are having another meeting before the election, then Chris can put it in the correct wording and we can spend another hour talking about it. But if not, I think this should be voted on, but Tammy, that's your call. And can you tell us if we are going to have another meeting before the election?
Well, okay, so as far as another meeting before the election, I think that we do need to, I know Bill has, things with like the policies and procedures, the bylaws and stuff like that, that's what the plan is. To at least try to get that, if not all or some, in place prior to the annual meeting. I'm just looking at calendars as far as what that possibility is. So you're looking at May 4th. You're
Early
looking at,
April.
yeah, like April 6th.
Gary?
Well,
April
well, not that it
Go ahead.
matters, but I personally would not be available on April 6th. So I mean, if I would just like to know if we're voting on this or not, please.
Well,
I'm
and we
for
could always do
voting.
like March, we could always do like March 30th too, it looks like. But
There have been times that we have made motions and changed the verbiage in the past and gone ahead and voted, even though the exact verbiage was not listed in the agenda.
Tammy, those were different circumstances. Those were not the changes in bylaws. This is a change in the bylaws. If you look at Article 4, Section 3, or Section 4, for what Chris is proposing, which I agree with, the wording to just change what his intent is not what we would be voting on. And that's what has to happen when you change the bylaws. You have to vote exactly on what the change is.
Okay, Sam, so can we make it an advisory vote to the bylaw committee to insert that into the changed bylaws?
Okay, Rose has her hands up. Go ahead, Rose.
Because it was supposed to be sent out 2 weeks ago.
It was sent out 2 weeks ago.
Go ahead, Rose. You've had your hand up.
Yeah, this is just directed towards Tammy. Can we do a meeting in Lincoln City like we have in the past?
No.
Okay, I just asking.
well, and Rose, usually that's the league operator meeting.
Yeah, well.
And
This is a membership vote. Okay, not a problem.
yeah.
When we tried to do that before, it was just a nightmare. Just even trying to have the league operator meeting and getting everybody there at one time.
No, not a problem. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Julie, your
Thank you,
hand's
Rose.
still up, or now it's down. And
Yeah, it's
Tammy Conover.
Chris, can we change this to an advisory vote to the bylaws committee? So when they come back to the special meeting in April, this is already included in their updated bylaws.
So I'm confused. I'm trying to understand what you're saying here. So if we vote on it today and it passes, will they correct the verbiage to make it happen?
I'm saying we can say, okay, this is the verbiage as an advisory vote by the membership that we would like you to insert this into the bylaws when Bill does his presentation at the end of March or early April meeting.
If that's what gets it voted on and passed today, I just want to see it done before. If it passes, I want to see it implemented before the next election. Obviously, it doesn't need to be written over for a year. That's where I'm at. So I don't know if I make a motion, if I get it seconded. Arlen's got his hand up, so I'm going to call on Arlen. I just want to get this meeting over with, people. Go ahead, Arlen.
First and foremost, Chris, I understand what you're trying to do and I get it and I'm on board. But we can't vote to change a bylaw and then say, oh yeah, we're going to add words later that nobody sees and that's what it's going to be. That's the problem. And that's what I think what Sam's trying to convey to you is we need the exact verbiage of what we're changing in the bylaws from what it was to what it will be. And that's what we need to vote on is that exact verbiage of change. It's a pain. I get it. But that's why I wrote up the way I did on everything. I listed what is in the bylaws and what we were changing and what I wanted to change it to. That's how, according to Robert's rules, that's the way you're supposed to do any kind of amendments or changes. So that was where I followed it.
Understood. Thank you. Kamitha.
Are we saying that in order to make a change, so there's a discussion, and are you saying we can't make a motion to change the bylaws after the discussion? Are you saying, Sam, Arlen, whoever, are we saying that when it comes to bylaws, you have to have the exact change worded out in the agenda before it goes in the agenda?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Well, I use a submission form. I used submission form the best that I could. The resources that were available to me at the time, and I don't know, apparently I should have known how to do it differently or had that option via the web submission form. So
well, you're going to be spot on for the next meeting.
I won't be here. Julie,
Well,
is your hand up for
how would March 30th be? Go ahead, Julie.
I have to look. I actually think I'm working that day, but go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I would suggest if you want this done for the next meeting, that you get it worded differently and send it to the next meeting. You don't have to be at the meeting to present it for it to get voted on, just so you know. And also maybe we need to change our bylaws, because when someone brings, like Chris's, his whole idea here is very understandable. We all understand what he was trying to do, and things change, wording changes during a conversation. This is why we can never get anything done. That now we have to wait and do a different meeting for this because it wasn't worded exactly right, even though everybody knew that got that meeting notice that we were going to discuss this and vote on it. So I don't understand why the wording couldn't be done here. But since it can't, I would suggest, you work on that. I can help you. Someone can help you get the wording just right and send in another agenda submission for the next meeting so it gets done before the next election.
I will put it in the revised bylaws, okay?
But that may not get passed before the next election.
If we have a straw vote right now and everybody agrees with it, I will put it in there. But right now, let's just have a straw vote and use my wording, okay? Because I think that's what should go in the bylaws.
Is anybody opposed to using Bill's wording?
It's just a straw vote. It's not going to mean anything. There's actually 3 places where open to the floor is mentioned in the bylaws. I've already hit print.
Exactly.
I can help you with it, Chris. If you want to assign somebody to represent you, represent the motion at the next meeting, then find them. I will send you stuff and contact you and help you out with this.
Understood, but understand my level of semi-frustration where I laid it out pretty clearly in an email to Tammy, and that's why I'm willing to go. If Bill's writing the procedures and policies and bylaws, I'm willing to concede what I wrote, which is pretty clear, to what Bill's saying. He can get written in there, and let's just end it. Like, let's just fix it. And this is why people don't want to help. Like, let's be honest. They want to spend 6 hours on this stuff.
That if those bylaws aren't passed at this next meeting, then it will not change for the next election.
That's what I'm saying. So if we vote on my motion right now, the way that I have it written and submitted to Tammy, which was you were privy to reading that, and I understand the quotations, I get it. If you're saying it, even if it passes, it doesn't matter, then let's just drop it. If you're saying if it passes and Bill can put it in, then I'm okay with that. But I just want resolution.
Bill can put it in, but you're also then hoping that Bill's bylaws get finished and approved.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
So if you want
Okay,
it to be for the election,
And
I
trust
would
me, they're
suggest
not. They're not
rewording
going to
it.
be done.
they're not going to get done before then.
No,
So I guess I
I'm on
would.
the committee, Chris. I'm
Yeah.
it's a heartbreaker. That's why I told you to reach out to Lawrence, and I'm sure he would help you. I don't know where it was dropped. He's got lots on his plate with the
Yeah, I don't want to bother. I
and
mean,
everything else, but that's why I
I'm
sent
not going to
you in
speak
his
for
direction.
Lawrence, and I appreciate your input, Sam. I felt that I was smart enough to read the regulations and where those three things were. I know that there was three of them. I figured I could cover that, and so I guess I'm just learning on the fly about policy and procedure changes. I mean, it's just interesting. I'll leave it at that. So I don't know if I don't want to table it. I want to vote, but I don't have that option. So Lawrence has his hand up. Yes, Lawrence.
So I just want to be clear that you talked to Sam about it and he told you to come to me. So I understand
He
the whole
sent me
triangle
a
thing.
message. He sent me a message saying, make sure, some along the line, Sam, I'm just paraphrasing, like, hey, make sure this is pretty perfect. Talk to Lawrence, he'll help you. Like that's, and I don't remember if I did. You and I talk about a variety of different things, which isn't always pool related. So it's one of those like, it
Yeah.
probably slipped my
No,
mind.
it's fine.
Not
Yeah,
a
that's
big
fine.
deal.
I just want to understand it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sent you a text. I'll help you out.
Okay, thank you.
Julie's hand's still up too.
Oh, shit.
And that was out loud.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I was going to unmute myself.
It's all good. So I guess I'll defer to Tammy and what she would like to do, because I think that's where we're at right now. So either she
Okay,
can call, I mean,
so-
I'm assuming, go ahead, Tammy.
Go ahead. So here's my idea that, I mean, obviously from the way it sounds like from Sam and everything, that we can't actually vote on it now, that it needs to be worded correctly as far as what it's in the bylaws and reworded to that for the change, right? Yes, yeah, okay. So then this is my thought is, if you want to get it written up, like with Lawrence, to have it worded the way it needs to be worded for the change, and whether we vote on the bylaw, no matter what we're voting on, I would say to do this as a separate vote anyways at this next meeting. And which I'm looking at March 30th, or I mean, I don't know. If somebody else has a different date, let me know. March
Do I
30th
have
or
to
April 6th, I think. So,
Would it have to be resubmitted again? And added to as a special meeting? I mean, last time I tried it on the special meeting, it didn't fit the parameters of that meeting, so we didn't go for it. So I want to make sure that they're gonna.
And the only reason why on that was because I had to do like a special meeting for everything that was related to the 8-ball event.
Gotcha.
So,
Copy.
so yeah, if you send that to me, I'll make sure that it gets on there. Obviously, we need to do another meeting so that we can get through the rest of the stuff that we didn't on here, and all the policy procedures, the bylaws, and all that kind of stuff as much as we can. And which that fits into that category anyways, so.
So just so you know, Tammy, if we have it on the 30th or even on the 4th, I'm gonna need the
The
agenda
6th.
from you.
The 6th. Yeah.
The agenda would have to come for you while we're at the beach.
Yeah, or right before.
Just letting you know.
I know,
because
I
for
don't.
the 6th, it would go out on the 23rd, and for the 30th, it would go out on the 16th. So both those days we would be.
Well, and the 23rd is the Sunday, the last day in Lincoln City, so that doesn't work. So it has to be
No,
the day after.
That's just when the notice would have to go out. So I would just need the agenda.
Yeah. So, so I see there's a lot of people have a tournament and a memorial going on the 30th. So what does everybody think about April 6th? I know Chris said he can't make it, but if we have somebody that can present it and it's worded that way, then we can still make it go.
Will be in the revised bylaws. Okay, brought to that meeting by the bylaw committee. Okay, and I will try and use the best wording I can. I'll check with Chris on that. Okay, and it will be brought to that meeting. And the bylaws committee will be presenting that. And if Lawrence and Sam can agree, we'll run that by the lawyer when we take it to the meeting. I think they both approve of what Chris is saying, so I don't think it's a problem. But it's, what I just want to know is everybody here in agreement with this?
How about we do a straw vote and then just ask for dissenters?
And for us new people, define the straw vote, please. The definition of a straw vote is?
A
Sam,
vote that
definition of straw
doesn't
vote?
count.
Non-binding.
Okay.
You're getting a feel for it.
Copy that. Thank you.
I want to feel.
So, but Bill,
I would,
one of my questions real quick is though, that if you put, it's all great that you would put it in like the bylaws, how it's being discussed. But if the bylaws as a whole doesn't get passed, does that mean that doesn't happen either? So does
What
there
I'm
need to
hearing
be
right,
separate ones?
what I'm hearing right here is that people are going to be adverse to having all of the bylaws put in at once at the meeting. Okay, I think we're going to have to do it piecemeal, and maybe we take it one article at a time or some smaller portion and just go through each section there and have each one voted on, so that you don't have to change all of the bylaws at once. You change each individual thing. Then if somebody doesn't like what's being done, we come back to that at a later time. But there's no reason we can't have a bunch of revisions to the bylaws done at one time. You just have to do it in piecemeal.
So not recommended to put it separate, put Chris's agenda item as a separate item.
That's if I have a choice, I would prefer that it be a separate item away from the bylaws, and then if it passes, it can be written in when they change the rest of it. But I would prefer it, like I submitted it separately, I prefer it to stay separate. I think that's the best move for me. Thank you.
And is that okay to be able to do that, Sam, Bill?
You can do
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Bill is being very optimistic. But there's three different.
I know.
We
love optimistic
sections, so we can take care of Chris's, or we can handle a chunk of the bylaws at the same time.
Yeah. Yep.
I
Okay.
appreciate everybody's adherence to following our bylaws. I mean, we can certainly change our bylaws to not have this requirement, but we must follow the bylaws.
So I think it's better to have a separate one for Chris. So Chris, yeah, submit a new agenda item with that once you and Lawrence can figure out the exact wording you want. And okay, Julie, if everybody says April 6th for the next meeting. I'm trying to hurry up and get done, you
April
guys.
6th works for me.
Does that work? It sounds like that was better than the 30th of March.
This is where it hit the. I may have to have somebody do my part, but I can pass that on. I think I'm supposed to be on an airplane from Texas
It's,
that day, but I haven't bought tickets yet.
Few hundred.
But I know I have to be
yards
there.
from the house, but.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else then that we need to do from?
So it doesn't get passed over. Am I supposed to like table it properly or something like that? I don't want it to go to the wayside. Like, oh, we forgot about you. So
yeah.
Is it? So do I make a motion to table this and submit it for the special meeting agenda?
Yes, please.
I mean, it's yes. Okay, that's what so I make a motion that my agenda item be rewritten and resubmitted, tabled for the moment to be talked about and voted on at the next special meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And then Tammy
Okay.
asks if there's anybody opposed.
Anybody opposed? Thanks, Sam. So tabled. Okay, and so no one opposed, okay. And then I know that we still didn't make it to Ed Slade Your Scotch for gender specific. And then the bringing back the women's team. So,
I move that we postpone it to the next meeting.
okay,
So it doesn't have anything to do with the next event. We're good.
so we'll do that. We'll table it to then. Anybody? Second?
I second it.
Thank you. Anybody oppose? No, nope, no oppose. Okay, so then that's it for that. And then, so April 6th. Meeting, Zoom meeting. And anybody else, questions, anything? Julie, do you need anything more? My end? I know everybody's ready to just get out of here, and Nancy. So, bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned at 5:46.
Good night, everybody.
Bye. See
Good
you all
night.
soon.
Good night.
Nikki, stop the
night.
transcript, stop the recording.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm doing it right now.
Thanks everyone for your input.
No executive session.
Thank you, Chris.
No executive session.
Do we need one, Suzanne? Actually, I think, is
I-
Julie already gone?
I
There we
don't think
go.
so, but it was on the
No.
bottom, so I just.
Oh, no, I guess we can have one on the 6th if we need to. Unless anybody else has a reason for an executive session, Nikki? Dave?
How can you have executive session?
I don't. So, okay. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, I left my computer. If you still need me, I'm here, but I just
Do
have.
we need an executive session for
hour.
anything? No.
Nope.
An executive? No. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
How do I get out of this thing?